Sometimes you got to get back to your roots. Remember where it all started.
NASCAR Thunder 2000.
Our goal was simple. Make it authentic. The stories.
And there's a fight using lessons learned from his father.
The fans. The rivalries.
Got into the side of the truck.
That feeling of being part of it all. That's why we went to work on this game. We've heard you. It's been a long time since we've had a game that captures what the sport is all about. Well, time is now. This one's built for the fan, for anybody who wants to experience what it's really like. All right, let's go. From the sound to the speed to the venue.
Daytona International Speedway.
Back at Darlington Raceway.
All there's left to do is fire it up.
It is truly a Super Sunday for IMSA Esports as we land initially here on the streets of the Action City. And all things kick off with the IMSA Esports P3 Challenge. Welcome along to the IMSA channels, to the iRacing Esports Network. For the second week in a row, we are ready to let the Ligier LMP3 cars loose before the main event. Our Junior Kanky Party joined alongside by Reese Gardner and by Joey Atterbury. And Reese, we had some great racing last time out at Sebring with these LMP3 cars. Christophe Herbigno for Delatraz Automotive taking the win. But this is a very different challenge, and it previews what the GTPs will be going through in about just 45 minutes.
Exactly, Arjuna. Long Beach, a tight, twisty circuit where the walls are incredibly close the whole way around. It's only going to be a short sprint, but I get the feeling this is going to be even more of a challenge than it was at Sebring. Just have a look at the pace they're carrying here as we look into qualifying and how much they're bringing it close to the walls.
So we have, I think, 12 drivers who have qualified through the Grid Finder IMSA Esports Community League, and they are matched up against some IMSA real-world drivers, some invitees as well, although we've lost a couple of the competitors from last time out, joined by a couple of new faces as well. Joey, as we see a car hard into the tyre bundles in qualifying, entering onto EC Sideway. Let's talk about the challenge of staying out of the walls in this LMP3 car. It's got plenty of power, you've got plenty of grip, and you've got to massage your way between those walls.
Absolutely, that is 100% what Long Beach is about, is staying off of those concrete walls, especially in this prototype machine. Remember, 400 plus horsepower. There it is, 460 horsepower out of these V8s, 5.6 liter V8 with a 6-speed sequential transmission. The weight just under 2,100 pounds, so these things are lightweight out there. And then you see the rest of the stats on the car. Relatively small when we talk about the prototypes, definitely smaller in both the wheelbase and the width than the GTP cars that we'll see on the same racetrack later.
Of course, LMP3 has its place in the VP Racing Sports Car Challenge on IMSA weekends. They will go endurance racing for 4 hours next year as well, 2-hour events for the drivers to navigate their way through. It's a unique class with some new machinery coming to the US soil in 2026. Let's dive into the track just a little bit more though and navigate our way around the just shy of 2 miles and 11 turns as we see the steering lock hard at work out of the final corner on the blast to the line. Let's dive into our track analysis, Reese.
Yes, indeed. Long Beach has been through so many layout changes over the years. It's barely the same circuit that it was when it was first run in 1975, but that final hairpin and the run along shoreline drive has remained the same the whole way out. This is the 7th variation of Long Beach from 2000 onwards. 11 turns and every single one of them is important, especially the opening sector. That tight turn 1 and the run around the roundabout, making a chicane at the fountain. We're going to be seeing a lot of incidents there, I'm sure.
Survival could be crucial. We saw some contact up to turn 3 between the leaders in our inaugural race of this P3 challenge at Sebring. However, these 20-minute sprints are going to take us just over 50 kilometers, just over 30 miles, all with a fixed setup. And Joey, I think we could be in for a similar race as we had at Sebring, where the leaders stay relatively quiet in the early proceedings, allow the rest of the pack to fight and take themselves out of contention before the contenders at the front really start to tussle.
And that's kind of what we see. The fast drivers try to separate themselves from the rest of the pack and then fight it out towards the end to claim that checkered flag. But remember, folks, this is not the only race that we've got here today. Yeah, we're starting off with the LMP3s here with this 20-minute race, but we still have the GTPs later as well as the GTDs over at VIR.
So much action, truly a Super Sunday, and with the Thanksgiving weekend to come, plenty to be thankful for, I think, and a chance for our teams to relax and breathe before we get underway for the season finale at the World Center of Racing. We land at the Daytona International Speedway. Just a reminder as well, there has never been a better time to give the gift of iRacing. It is iRacing Black Friday time. It's 50% off new memberships, 25% off all renewals, all resubscriptions as well. So scan that QR code. It is the biggest iRacing sale of the year. It's time for me to, I think, re-sub for my annual 1-year subscription plan. Always during Black Friday tends to be how it works. 60 seconds left to go. The field, for the most part, is done and dusted for qualifying, and it's Edwin Onofre that has got the provisional benchmark by 94 thousandths. We're on board with Solpex Precision Racing as carving up through turn 5. Big use of the curb on the inside, Reese, as they muscle their way down West Shoreline Drive.
Yes, and this corner right here, the left-hander leading onto this incredibly wide road, is one of the keen overtaking opportunities, but the bumps around here, I think, are something to think about, as well as the apex of the right-hander there coming onto West Shoreline. It's incredible the amount these drivers push, but I think we're going to be seeing a pretty similar situation to Sebring in terms of the nature of the track. This is a public road circuit, and so it carries all the pitfalls, potholes, manhole covers that implies.
And fortunately, for the most part, we haven't seen too much drama with that. For those that follow the Formula One action, they did have a manhole cover come up on the streets of Las Vegas. Well, we are moments away then from sending them for the second and final P3 IMSA Esports Challenge race of the season. Being a great addition to introduce some new fun into the mix, and it's the Tech Sport Racing 99, Edwin Onofre, who's got pole position alongside of Miroslav Svoboda. Alec Bergstrom in the M Squad Maradness machine is alongside of Leo Bonneman just behind on row 2, while third we'll see Kaylin May, the best of the Delatraz Automotive runners. Aaron Johnson, the Porsche Carrera Cup North America driver, rolls on the outside of row number 3. Christophe Herbigno, our race winner a week ago, plenty of work to do from the inside of Adam Brockway, sharing row 4, while Boris Ovando fought for the lead before contact took him out. Is alongside of Alex Crow to complete the top 10. Camilo Dahan and Tyler Daniels 11th and 12th positions respectively. And then just a handful more cars behind them completing our field. Ryan O'Connor and Brendan Lichtenberg set times. Not sure if we're going to see Jaden Conright and Richard Westbrook, who have technical issues potentially and did not set a lap time in qualifying. Our field ready to run about that 30 miles or so. Should be a pretty helter-skelter run up to turn number 1, Joey, because it's a heavy braking zone, a flick to the left, and then you have to single file itself out on the run up to the fountain.
Absolutely one of the closest and one of the biggest funnels that we've really got on this racetrack is, call it the turn 1, 2, 3 complex, the first corner into that fountain section. But also remember, as we're starting 2x2, this is the best opportunity to make up that track position, to try to grab those positions from your competitors out there. So yes, I expect to see aggressive moves, especially into the brake zone on turn number 1.
I liked how Reese talked about the different evolutions that Long Beach has gone through. I remember watching old school onboard footage through the years, but I really do enjoy watching this modern layout. You've got some 90-degree flicks, and let's not forget, Reese, this is what the GTP drivers, the 20 teams that we have competing for a 75-minute sprint, the third round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship, will be dealing with in just about 40 minutes time.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to that. This race is quite the preview for that. You think these cars are rapid around this circuit? Wait until you see the GTPs. It's going to be like, well, I think the likes of Nelson Piquet, Jim Richards, various real-world racing drivers describing circuits as riding a bicycle around your living room or something like that. That's what it's going to be like in a GTP around here, but that doesn't make it any less difficult for these LMP3s. You can see from these aerial views just how narrow the track can get. If you're going to make moves, you have to plan them and be effective. And
they will single file themselves out, I would hope, as they funnel out through the hairpin and then set themselves up 2x2. The countdown to the first of our 2 main event races in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. It's ticking down on the bottom right corner of your screen. GTPs will hit the streets of Long Beach as soon as we finish up with the IMSA Esports P3 Challenge. The green flag flies and off and away we go. And it will be a hectic start as they fly off down into turn 1, running off through East Shoreline Drive. Looks like a bit of contact further in the back, but everyone out of the wall as they filter into the braking zone. And now hard onto the anchors. Already one car sideways and slipping to the back of the field. That's last week's winner, Christophe Herbigno, as now through the fountain section. Aggressive jink to the inside. Bonneman slides up to third. And up to turn 4 they climb, Grease, all clean except for that one incident.
Yeah, and it looks like Herbigno might be our first retirement. It was pretty heavy contact from behind by Camilo Dahan, and that's ruined the rear suspension of Herbigno's car. He's almost unable to get it back to the pits under its own power, so that's a real demotion for last week's winner. But it looks like Edwin Onofre up the front is having a good time as there's a move there into the tyre bundles for Leo Bonneman, and he ricochets into Alec Bergstrom. More drama.
Adam Brockway climbed on top of someone, I'm pretty sure. Aaron Johnson tangled up as down into the braking zone of turn 9. Eventually they'll sort it out, but big gaps now forming through the field. Joey, some expected drama on the opening lap. Let's see if anyone can settle into the rhythm and climb their way up forward. 18.5 minutes still left to run.
I mean, you circle pretty much every big break zone on this track map, and we had a little bit of an incident in each one of those corners. Of course, starting off in turn number 1, like you said, Herbigno, last week's winner. Unfortunately, already a DNF out there. Is an aggressive move on the brakes here going down into turn number 1 there. That's the number 66 of Bergstrom. Still working on Bonemain here for what is 3rd place overall, but Arjuna, it's going to be busy, right? It's going to be contact-filled. You got to avoid the walls, and already on lap number 2, I think we're having our plenty fair share of black stripes on these cars.
And I think now a second machine in pit lane. That's both of the Delatraz Automotive drivers. Kaylin May joins Christophe Herbigno in watching from the sidelines. I did also note that Boris Ovando had technical issues. He dropped from the grid on that formation itself and did not get a chance to see the green flag. Back out of turn 8, you can really aggressively cut to the inside there. Don't think he's close enough to have a big send on the brakes, and indeed has to hold in line for the time being and focus back towards what realistically is a place where you're not going to pass. At Macau, there is a corner where they do not let you pass. Reese, this is about as close as you can come on the IMSA calendar to the same thing.
Yeah, you are allowed to make moves into this hairpin, but it's certainly not advisable. You're all the way on the lock stop on the steering wheel. You have to use every bit of turn that your car has in order to get around that hairpin, and sometimes you can result in a bit of a move into turn 1 as a result. If you have potentially issues getting your way out of that corner. I think that might have just happened between Bonneman and Bergstrom, who are still nose to tail here through the first sector, and it looks like Camilo Dehan is about to join them.
And look how close to the wall they get between the short chute running from 4 to 5, now on the run up to turn 6 with the roller coaster in the backdrop. Slightly earlier, we were looking at Brendan Lichtenberg, by the way, in the Team i5G machine. If any of you have watched that race where some iRacers did IMSA racing at Bristol, well, you can blame Brendan for that. It was all his idea and all his fault, you can say as well. But the black belt in Jiu-Jitsu, no, Judo, finds his way running in towards turn 9. And someone that's not necessarily used to an LMP3 car, but running relatively well. He's just tucked up behind Aaron Johnson, the Porsche Carrera Cup North America driver, who, Joey, did get tangled up in the start and now trying to get his way back up through the field, but very difficult at Long Beach, as I'm sure you can attest to.
Yeah, I think that Brendan's going to have to use all of his MMA skills out here at Long Beach to be able to work his way up through, like you said, kind of making his way up from the back of the pack right now. He is +4 on the day, but this battle still continues to rage on. It is still Bonneman versus Bergstrom. You heard Reese say that Camilo Dehan is actually joining the party as well. That's that 3rd car in line. I do feel like this red number 66 maybe has a little bit more speed, but the problem is here at Long Beach, the passing opportunities are limited, and you really have to present the car so far up alongside somebody in order to outbrake them into one of these areas. And God forbid you go side by side, it gets really narrow on some of these exits, especially that one right there at turn 8.
So that was an opportunity into turn 8 if you're close enough, but the exit out of it into the next heavy braking zone, that's really one of the main primary passing opportunity. 5 minutes burned off the clock in this second and final IMSA Esports P3 Challenge race of 2025. Tight line taken, snatch of the left front, going to open up the opportunity to cut back underneath, but the Miranda's M Squad car doesn't get that 450 odd horsepower down well enough, and so now Bonneman's going to still hold that inside line on the run to turn 1. Shorter distance though on the inside, they squeeze one another. Better contact made, you can't avoid that as you run your way up to turn 1 here. Always going to get a bit of tight. Bonneman holds on. Reese, you can just about hold on and block if you're frustrating the driver behind.
Yeah, I think Alec Bergstrom is starting to let this get to him here. He's ended up giving a few car lengths now to Bonneman, and keep an eye out on the 2 cars behind this pack as well. Tyler Daniels and Ryan O'Connor. They have been minding their own business here. They've been battling, but they haven't been getting in each other's way. They are catching up to this trio now.
Track temperature, by the way, we are racing at the virtual 10 a.m. in the sim. Track temperature equates to just under 30 degrees Celsius, or if you work in the other units, 84.2 Fahrenheit. We'll take a look at the replay in the bottom of your screen. This was what I had noticed with Kaylin May, blocking all the way to the wall, touching the right front corner, and then bish bash bosh, it causes the chaos behind, Joey.
Yeah, that was at turn number 8 on the opening lap. I'd mentioned some of the funnel effects that we have here at Long Beach. I think there's a funnel effect at turn number 1, turn number 6, and then definitely turn number 8 on the exit as well. So it is going to be treacherous for all the competitors. Seems like Bonneman's still just defensive posture here in turn number 1, but this time Bergstrom's going to push the issue on the outside. It's going to give him the inside line to the found, a little bit of a lockup, a little bit of contact between the two cars, but Bergstrom is finally through, and here comes DeHaan muscling its way all the way up into position. It's not just going to be one spot loss, multiple spots lost for Bonneman.
That was Ryan O'Connor, who also slipped through as his Solpec Precision Racing teammate made the move, but very, very physical as they shuffle to turn 6. Defensive line at the front of the queue now as Daniels tries to hold on. And we ride on board with O'Connor in 7th position. Watch how much they cut to the inside there. Got to be careful. Inches, pixels away from that wall as in the draft they go. Up the road, you can see the aggression on offer. DeHaan slid in front of Tyler Daniels and grabbed 4th spot away, Reese, as we are now almost 8 minutes complete in this 20-minute sprint.
Yeah, we're not even halfway, and it feels like we've been here for a whole hour with how much action's been going on, and a bit of understeer through the hairpin behind for, I think that was Bonneman. He's let Aaron Johnson through, and, well, I've got to wonder if they're going to be able to get the pace up, because there's not much time left in the race. My timing's telling me about 10 laps to go for these drivers. DeHaan and Daniels more than happy to battle with each other at the front of this pack. They have round about 2.5 seconds over the pack behind, who are still trying to sort themselves out here. But one thing that I want to point out about this LMP3 car in particular is, yes, it has traction control, but no anti-lock brakes. You would have seen earlier when the big passes were made that it was Brockway, I believe, or Bergstrom actually, that locked up on the way into the chicane, locking the outside tires on the way in. Difficult to do, but not so much in this car. And also the rear braking you need to keep an eye out for as well. You've got to be so careful on the downshifts in this thing. It will snap at a moment's notice if you're not careful.
Especially because it's bumpy, and that's why the anti-lock braking system not being there has even more of an impact. They climb over the curb at turn 9. You have to keep an eye on that. Very easy to pick up an iRacing slowdown, which automatically will ask you to give up any advantage the sim feels you've gained. Meanwhile, qualifying is about 7 minutes away from getting underway for our GTP first race of the doubleheader. There are the Williams Gaming Club Porsche 963 working through that very same complex we were just watching moments ago. And going back to qualifying, both DeHaan and Daniels, Joey, are +6 in the race so far. So not putting it together in qualifying, but this is an intimidating track to go qualifying at.
No, but I also just noticed that DeHaan has got a meatball flag. That's on the number 37, so maybe some damage on that car, maybe something going on. So Tyler Daniels is going to be looking to inherit 4th as we ride on board with Adam Brockway. He's actually the caboose in what is a 3-car train. Looking back at Brendan Lichtenberg, who is trying to inch his way forward. We had that awesome, call it 4 or 5 car battle, and it was because we had so many fast cars towards the rear end of this pack as we started this race. But now it sort of seems like everybody's sort of settled into their positions. There's a few packs out here, but it really is about turning the cleanest laps possible right now.
I'll tell you what, though, Edwin Onofre has pulled away to a 2.3 second lead. He is flying and looking very comfortable. Camilo DeHaan with that meatball flag will have to head to pit lane in the next 2 laps. But for more information on the IMSA Esports Global Championship, head to iRacing.com/IMSA-Esports today. All our drivers qualified via a public qualifier. As you can see, the damage on DeHaan's car, very unsettled as it bounced over the curb at turn 1. But yeah, you can learn a bit more about how you could qualify for the 2026 IMSA Esports Global Championship. Oh, once again, mounting that inside curb. and clearly not looking comfortable. What this is really doing is dropping Tyler Daniels, Reese, into the clutches of the recovering Aaron Johnson, who is really flying right now and up to 6th.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, Dahan dealing with a mechanical black flag for running into the tyre bundles at the exit of turn 1 a couple of laps ago. And I think that's really affected the way the suspension handles these curbs. Pretty much every time Dahan hits a curb, you see the car two-wheeling a little bit, which never happens in the LMP3 if everything is up to scratch. So Aaron Johnson here is going to have a whale of a time here trying to find his way past. Remember, if you get a mechanical black flag in iRacing, you have 3 laps to come into the pits and get that car fixed. It's not a suggestion, it's an order. The car is too damaged to continue on and you have to get it fixed. If Dahan stays out there, he probably will get disqualified at the end of the race, but I think he's just having fun out there trying to keep Daniels and Johnson behind.
I think he has one more lap before he gets escorted off the racetrack by the iRacing gods, as some would put it. Johnson has really closed up. He grabbed his first win in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the middle of September, and what a historic track to get that done. Kiss the bricks for your first victory in the series. That's not bad. And now spending his off time in the short off season with us in the virtual world. A little bit of a brush of the wall there as they exit back onto East Seaside Way, but even Dahan with that little bit of damage, not slow enough for Daniels to have taken advantage yet. And so will it be this lap, will it be next lap that Dahan has to peel off to driver's right as they put the maximum lock on the steering and head out of the final corner, stays on track to maybe make that one final lap. One more lap really, Joey, for Tyler Daniels. So look in the rearview mirror and see Johnson closing as the fight for 8 starts to heat up as well.
Yeah, I got 2 battles right now on the screen. Top half is that race for 4th, and then the bottom half is that second pack, call it, race for what is 7th. Ryan O'Connor starting to put some pressure on Bonamain. And remember, Bonamain has kind of fallen a little bit from where he started this race. I think that those 2 hungry cars, meaning Connor and Brockway, are definitely looking for a way through. But the pressure from Tyler Daniels on the top of the screen to Dahan has been relentless. Definitely closer than that battle for what is 7th place. But the problem here at Long Beach, like I mentioned earlier, you have to be all the way up alongside somebody. It almost has to be a mistake on the corner exit from the competitor in front of you in order to really get that run. Here comes Tyler Daniels sitting in the slipstream, but the problem is brake zone not too far away.
He's thinking about it. He showed himself for a moment and then thought better. 6 minutes left to run. 3.2 at the front. Edwin Onofre in that Tech Sport 99 putting a clinic on the streets of Long Beach. Is this a bit of a prelude to what's about to happen in the GTP race? There to driver's right goes Dahan for what is very much an unscheduled pit stop. We'll see that happen once in the GTP race. Don't forget the countdown to the green flag in the bottom right corner of your screen. We are 27 minutes away. Don't forget we have countdown to green presented by Michelin coming up shortly as well. There is Alec Bergstrom as he tries to close the gap up to the leaders. He's within 9.5 seconds, but I mean, Reese, like I said, a clinic being put on by Edwin Onofre, last time by, fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, indeed. Edwin Onofre is standing head and shoulders above everyone else in this field at the moment. He was being shadowed by Miroslav Svoboda for a few laps. For a while, they were the only 2 drivers able to get into the 1 minute 15s on race pace. Bergstrom has now joined them, but I think the gap is just too great for him to make up on that, on that pace. And, well, the only thing he's really going to hope for is if Onofre and Svoboda come together, or if either of them ends up hitting a wall. Certainly possible here at Long Beach. Check back in with the 3-way fight between Bonamain, O'Connor and Brockway, and Brockway trying his best to get a late apex here at the hairpins, straighten up the car a bit sooner and get the run out, but for the moment it looks like O'Connor has the power application down pat as they come back onto shoreline.
And you mentioned that traction control is available, but these drivers ideally are applying the throttle in a fashion that doesn't get into that traction control. It slows you down just that little bit here on the sim, and all these drivers have been trying to master that eggshell feeling under the right foot of just slowly squeezing onto it. Slowly, slowly, slowly. Here is, I believe, our second place driver working his way out of turn 8 once again. And now with just what I would think, it's going to be 2, maybe 3 laps to go. And a pretty comfortable margin both in front and behind. And sometimes that's the most uncomfortable feeling, Joey. I was talking to a co-worker the other day, and he was saying that the thing that he's struggling with on iRacing, he's relatively new, was running by himself. As soon as he's behind somebody, that's great. He knows how to lock onto his target and do exactly what he needs to do.
Every driver is a little bit different. Some drivers like to have a carrot in front of them, like you were just mentioning, to kind of go and chase, give them a little bit of a reference point, but some drivers like to be by themselves out here so that way they can focus on their brake markers, focus on their apexes, and like you said, really roll on the throttle to prevent that wheel spin to essentially minimize your lap time out here. So I think that every driver is a little bit different in how they get comfortable, how they get locked into their focus out here. But the one thing is for sure, right now, our top 3 are the fastest 3 on the racetrack. 15.5, 15.6, 15.6. So I think those top 3 are going to pretty much stay as they are. This is going to be really one of the battles to watch here in the final 2.5 minutes. Oh, big loose moment, jumping the curve.
Very, very aggressive on the entry into turn 5 to turn the car in and try and minimize the distance onto Shoreline Drive once again. It's also a compromise because you want the car to be soft and compliant enough that it can handle these bumps, handle moments like that. But the softer you make it, the worse it becomes through some of the more high-speed corners, which fortunately here at Long Beach, there isn't too much of. If you think about a place like Detroit, especially Belle Isle, the old track that they used to race at, there are some especially medium speed corners that you've really got to be careful of. We haven't talked about our race leader, haven't looked at him much either, and so it's only fair that we give him his shine for a couple of moments, Reese, because again, putting a clinic on, and he technically was only meant to be with us for the opening round of the championship. However, he was invited back for round 2, and guess what? He's making his most of the opportunity.
Yeah, he certainly is. And Onofre started from pole, and he hasn't looked in his mirrors once, I imagine. Long Beach, being a street circuit, very difficult to make passes on. So as long as he was clear by the end of lap 1, he was good. And he's come here with some great pace in that car as well. The fight is continuing between Bonneman, O'Connor, and Brockway here. That apex wall is one you really got to look out for. Also on the exit is a lot more open than you expect. Just check out how wide it was on the way in, how narrow it is on the way out through turn 8. And the worst thing about that corner is you can't see the other side of it. So if someone has a problem ahead, you're done. Onofre taking the white flag here, and he's got just under 4 seconds there to Miroslav Svoboda. All he has to do is keep it out of the walls, and he's got this.
So 11 more corners, but equally 11 more corners for this fight to rumble on. O'Connor got a decent run off the corner, but has to tuck back into the toe as they cross the timing beam and now head up to turn 1. This is not a track that's used much in official competitions. However, as they beat and bang on that run up to turn number 1, there's a reason why the best love the challenge of a street circuit. O'Connor pushed into the wall, and Brockway trying to slice his way through. It doesn't quite work out, and I think that was Reese saying absolutely not.
Yeah, no way. That turn 1, you've really got to be careful if you're trying to pass around the outside. It's so easy to scrub the front, induce understeer, and have your next best friend be the tyre bundles. But it looks like Edwin Onofre has issues like that far from his mind, Arjuna. Here he comes to the finish. Just got to wind on the lock, and away he goes.
What a performance. Wasn't necessarily meant to be here, but you make the most of your opportunities. It's Tech Sports own Edwin Onofre, winner here on the streets of Long Beach on Super Sunday in the IMSA Esports P3 Challenge. Miroslav Svoboda will grab second. Alec Bergstrom fights his way back into third after dropping down on that initial start, while Tyler Daniels just about will fend off Aaron Johnson, and the judo black belt, Brendan Lichtenberg, chopped his way past 5 people in front of him, up to 8th position, Joey.
Nicely done there from Brendan. Like you said, +4 positions. Give a shout out to Tyler Daniels, who finished in 4th, +7, our biggest mover of the day. But I mean, Talk about a way to kick off a trio of races today. LMP3 just put on a show.
Let's dive into our results and hopefully maybe a chat with our drivers as well. Edwin Onofre, 4.1 seconds, his margin over Svoboda. With Bergstrom, Daniels and Johnson, the top 5. Johnson impressing, I think, in his recovery back through the field. Ryan O'Connor does end up in front of Leo Bonneman, while Brendan Lichtenberg, Alex Crow and Adam Brockway make up the rest of the top 10. Brockway limps to the line. In front, though, of the damaged Camilo Dehaan, Christophe Herbigno and Kalen May, both of those Delatraz Automotive machines unable to see much action beyond the start, although they did head out onto track and finish out the race at the very least. A great shot of the fountain, which, by the way, preview of one of our keys to the race. Avoid that. Bit of an understatement to say that. However, easier said than done. Let's dive down to our post-race interviews. Reese has got our race winner standing by.
Yes, I indeed do. Edwin Onofre with us at the moment. That looked pretty simple from outside the cockpit, Edwin, but I'm sure it was far from it for you. Long Beach is a brutal place.
It's definitely one of the most brutal tracks on iRacing because of how bumpy it is, and not to mention as the temperatures got hotter, it got less grip on track. But Long Beach is one of my favorite tracks, and compared to last round at Sebring where I got wrecked out very early, this is definitely one comeback story that I am going to repeat to everyone who is supporting me for all these years. How about you guys?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We reckon it was fantastic, not only to get you back for this round, but to see how much incredible pace you got here. You know, qualifying from pole, not looking back from there. All of the real drama happened behind you. Did you see anything in the mirrors that really jumped out to you?
Oh yeah, lap 1, I saw that one of the drivers was about to go to my inside because I kind of left the door open on it. So I went ahead and blocked. And it was a very minor bump, but that was enough to make me almost hit the outside wall of turn 1. And I did get some front end damage and as well some rear end damage, but that was not enough to warrant a meatball, fortunately. So all I had to do was just hang on for dear life, see the people got spread out because of that big collision, and all I did was just focus forward like always, and that's how I ended up getting the victory.
Well, you conclude the LMP3 challenge as a race winner, Edwin. Congratulations. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
Showing off his steering wheel quickly, but let's grab a quick word with Miroslav Svoboda. Miroslav, great run to second here, but talk us through this LMP3 challenge from your perspective. It's been great to have you and our Grid Finder qualifiers join us here on the IMSA channels.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, to this race, the key was to survive the start, which I actually did, and then I saw that the gap behind was getting bigger and bigger, and simply Edwin was faster today, slightly, so I couldn't catch him. I did a few mistakes, but I am really happy that I'm in the finish.
Well, Miroslav, congratulations. Glad that we had you, and we'll hopefully see you in 2026.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Cheers.
Well, that wraps up the first season of the IMSA Esports P3 Challenge, but we've still got 2 great races left to come here on Sunday. Don't go anywhere. Action still left aplenty.
Today on Countdown to Green, the crew recaps the AMD 240 from Sebring. We preview the class split doubleheader, and we draw some wildcards presented by Michelin. All of that and more coming up on Countdown to Green.
Well, we are ready to preview the main event, the doubleheader, as we dive into Countdown to Green presented by Michelin. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Reese Gardner and Joey Atterbury. And we've got something new in front of us. Every previous race in the IMSA Esports Global Championship has been a 2-hour and 40-minute endurance race. However, 2 75-minute sprints, classes split, and the countdown on the bottom right ticks away to the green flag. Reese, particularly interesting. Just one more race after this to settle our championship, and no traffic here to play its part at 2 tracks where it'll be difficult to make your moves.
Indeed, you know, it's a double-edged sword, really, for the GTPs and the GTDs later on. You won't have to worry about traffic from the other classes messing with your race, but at the same time, that unleashes you a little bit to race your rivals a bit harder, and it could bring the risk factor up substantially.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights of what was the AMD 240, our second round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Porsche Coanda back-to-back poles in GTP, while in GTD it was Coanda Esports that swept the front row. Our defending champions got tangled up out through Tower Turn and spun toward the tail end of the field, while the Lamborghini for Williams Sim Racing, a little bit of an issue sweeping out through Big Bend. Not a great day for the Aston Martin Aramco Esports team either, as they ping-ponged their way between the walls out through Sunset Bend. And what so far you have mostly seen has been issues just between the classes. Traffic wasn't much of an issue for the most part at the Sebring International Raceway, known for its bumpy surface and a bumpy day for many. Joey, the story though was plenty of GTPs going aggressive on that run down into Sunset Bend and the fight between the Apex Mustang and BS Plus Turner in the M4 GT3 Evo.
It was a fantastic race, and then when you put the multi-class in, like you said, it got extremely busy. Those Coanda Corvettes were pretty much dominant all day long in that GTD class. See a couple of these late moves later on in the race. We had the alternate pit stop strategy from that Drago racing machine, trying to kind of alternate it up between the 2-stop and the 3-stop strategies. Lots of dives down into Sunset, and then this was the move of the race. Robin Glarum, I believe, around the outside of turn number 1, but it was that Coanda team in both classes claiming the victory.
The Porsche Coanda in the GTP class finally got to celebrate, tangled up in that opening round of the championship, while 1-2 for the GTD, purple and orange Coanda Esports entries in what was a thrilling round of the championship, to say the least. This is the point situation where it is red line 1 and 2 and the rest of the field hunting them down. That result from Porsche Coanda has brought them just that little bit closer, but still plenty of work to be done. While talking GTDs, 1 and 2 for Redline in the prototypes, it's 1 and 2 for Coanda in the GTDs. Just 22 points split those two. The Marla Racing team taking a big step forward after the BMW grabbed a podium at Sebring, while Drago, Apex, and the EMM Lamborghini, I believe that one is, ran out the top 6, just in front of our defending champions, Team Redline, who are really on the back foot with just 2 rounds left to mount their championship comeback. Let's dive into the schedule, though, in what is, without a shadow of a doubt, the biggest change in 4 years, the IMSA Esports Global Championship.
Yeah, we do have the standard 4 events, but yes, you're right. We're here at round number 3, so we've already done Road Atlanta. Just saw the highlights from Sebring, but we've got the split classes here. Long Beach is going to be GTP only. VIR will be GTD only. And then after today, we've only got 1 round left. We're going multi-class racing one more time up at the High Banks. It's Daytona to close out the season,
where our season traditionally ends, although the new year always picks up in earnest. First with the Roar and then the Rolex 24. I think it's less than 70 days away now already for 2026. That's a look at what's to come. Let's take a look, though, at our iRacing Arcade BOP table. This is a specific iRacing BOP for each particular event. This goes on top of the BOP already applied. Now, of course, they're split into the 2 races, but we combine them on the graphics. Changes aplenty up and down. And this is where Reese, the team, is using the different tools at their disposal to equalize the cars to the best of our abilities.
Yes, so you can change fuel tank capacity, you can change power output, and you can add weight to the car as well. Basically, the Acura ARX06 and GTP is the only one that doesn't have any weight or power alterations for this round, but a little bit less power for the BMW and Porsche in GTD. Meanwhile, pretty much every car except for the Porsche has had power and weight alterations as well. So this is going to be interesting to see how this match up at these two circuits.
Let's quickly talk about our classes. The GTP class, of course, this brand new evolution of LMDH rule set. We have the Acura, BMW, Cadillac, and Porsches represented. Very different engines that power them, and a standard hybrid that helps contribute to that 670 horsepower. Split of V6 and V8 engines, but they're relatively heavy, and that's going to be a crucial factor around the streets of Long Beach. And meanwhile, these GTDs, the Grand Touring Daytona cars, a big mix of engines, and then the power and weight and all of that is a combination of BOP that impacts that. But 8 different manufacturers represented by 4 apiece to make a 32-car field. But we should not forget the inclusion of our second Michelin wildcard entry of the season. It is a team that races in the real world and now represented in the virtual world as well. Welcome to the IMSA Esports Global Championship to CSM Esports. They are a IMSA Michelin pilot team with Morgan Burkhardt racing for them in a Porsche Cayman. They step up here to the GT3s. They race Carrera Cup next year with a couple of cars. Joey, it's great to see the team based in Indianapolis join us with not just Morgan, but Williams Sim Racing Academy driver Olivier Piatek.
It's going to be wonderful to see this number 103 car out there. We oftentimes talk about that sim to reality drive and crossover, but this is kind of the opposite, right? We've got these real world race teams seeing the value in these esports programs, and we're seeing more and more of these real world racers come and compete with us here on the esports stage.
And I tell you what, we saw Morgan yesterday in the SCCA runoffs here on iRacing as well. The action, though, is moments away. Don't go anywhere. First race of the doubleheader comes up next.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I'll make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Trumpets blowing in the distance. Been broken, couldn't keep me down. I'm back better than ever now. These are the moments that define us. Do it wrong or do it right. We're taking everything we're feeling, blowing through the ceiling. Oh, oh, oh.
The streets of Long Beach will sing the sound of the IMSA Esports Global Championship as we get set to let loose the GTP class for a 75-minute sprint. Rain is on the radar, and so the streets of the Action City could get that little bit more slippery as we dive into our first split event in series history. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Reese Gardner and Joey Atterbury. And Reese, we thought there was a chance of rain, but we expected it in the GTD class. The rain is slowly making its way towards the track in what could be a big curveball here at Long Beach, to say the least.
Yeah, my smile was already pretty wide going into this event, but now it's twice as wide because we're likely to get some chaos right at the end of this one. I've never seen rain at Long Beach before, though I have been part of broadcasts where it's been threatened. It's good to see that it might finally happen here today.
It was a 15% chance, and in the 20-something years that IMSA has been here, I think it has rained a grand total of 1, so maybe it was IndyCar. I saw this stat somewhere, but it should lead to plenty of interesting things, Reese, Joey, as we dive into our track analysis.
Yeah, let's take a look at exactly where we are. We just had that P3 race here at Long Beach, but this is that track map. 11 turns in length, just under 2 miles total. And trust me, it is going to be a street fight. If it's anything like what we saw in the LMP3 race, the passing is going to be limited. You see it first opened in 1975, gone through several different iterations out here, but I'm mainly looking towards the incidents, the mistakes that the drivers make. Oftentimes these passes are because of somebody else's incident.
And let's take a look around this track on board with Bruno Spengler, who marries the virtual and real worlds here on iRacing.
Hello guys, my name is Bruno Spengler, IMSA Pro Series champion and DTM champion. I'm gonna guide you through a lap of Long Beach in a GTP Acura. Long right corner, just before this very tricky braking. Always locking the wheels here towards the end of the brakes. It's very tricky, clipping the curb on the inside. Then here we come to a very slow part, downshift to first gear, close, very close to the sidewalk. Second gear corner, clip the curb again. Now next corner, the car always wants to over-rotate a little bit. Rear axle is very light, traction is key. Next corner, again a very bumpy, braking, tricky on the entry, second gear. Low grip overall on this track anyways. Then next corner, high entry speed in the second gear. Now we come to a longer straight, going up the gears. Then here, entry speed is very important. You come with a lot of entry speed. There's not a lot of margin on the exit. Slightest mistake, immediately in the wall. Double left corner. Now we go to the first gear corner, which is a very tricky one. We see often pileups here in the races. Traction is very important for the long straight. 4th, 5th, 6th, and this was a lap of Long Beach.
And our AMD Pole Award for the 3rd race in a row, it is Porsche Coanda. 35 valuable championship points as well. But most importantly, the opportunity to lead the field to green, avoid all the chaos behind them. And at this point, we should also acknowledge that Greece, it's Porsche Coanda, this 91 machine that has won the season-long AMD Pole Award race as well. 3 for 3 in 2025.
Yes, indeed, and I think that's going to basically lock out any other team from getting it for the full season. It's just such a shame that this car had the result that they did at round 1. If that hadn't happened, they would probably be miles ahead in the championship, but as it stands, they are on the back foot and they are looking to continue chipping that gap away by as many points as possible.
And could it be their route to championship fight being back on track after that bit of contact that unfolded at Road Atlanta on the outside of the pit stop sequence? They have potentially found themselves with a route back into title contention. Let's dive into our AMD starting grid as we line the cars up and get ready to send them around the 2 miles of the streets of Long Beach. 75 minutes, rain on the horizon. What more could you really ask for? It's Porsche Coanda once more on top. They'll have BMW M Team Redline for company though on the front row in what could be a all-out run and brawl up to turn 1. Grid and Go will line up inside of Team Redline in the first of the Cadillacs, while BMW M Team BS Plus competition have got Solpec Precision Racing back inside of the front 3 rows in that number 60. Williams Gaming Club, they're down in 7th with the CrowdStrike Racing number 8 just in front of Channel 199 Sim Racing, while Maniti Racing are down in 10th position. CrowdStrike then in 11th, Drago in 12th, with Fiercely Forward Coucher, the Apex Racing team, all the way down in 15th, while Shezha, Grid and Go's second entry, and then Solpec Virtual Mindset just don't get it hooked up in qualifying. Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast are defending champions. A qualifying exclusion for them sees them start at the tail end of the field, alongside with a late change of driver for Maniti Racing that does the same for them. So a rundown of the 20 cars that will do battle, and now just moments away from sending them out and away. The rain is not far away, and so really, there's a couple of teams that might elect here to start on the wet tire and see what gambles they can pull off.
Yeah, indeed. Looking at the rain radar, it updates roughly every 5 minutes, and from my estimations, it looks like rain might hit at about the 10-minute mark of the race. And this may be a timing glitch on my end, but I am seeing that the 99 Apex Racing team entry, Maxence Godino at the wheel, has wet tires on. They are the only team in the field that seem to have done so. I wonder if that's going to pay off for them, because wet tires on a dry track is a recipe for disaster usually.
And there's that iRacing forecast that you see in Sim, the 30-minute history window effectively. As we begin to pull away, the tension will begin to rise. There is one penalty that we should notify you of. It's the Maniti number 17, a registration violation, which, to be fair, in the real world sometimes would preclude you from racing. But here it's a stop and hold of 10 seconds effectively at Long Beach. That's putting you a lap down and taking you out of contention. We also quickly need to talk about our Michelin keys to the race. And so, Joey, I'm going to key you up 2 miles to hold on here at the Long Beach Street Circuit.
Yeah, well, which way are you going to be cutting, over or under? And that's talking about the pit stop. Are you being held up? Are you going to try to undercut your competition? Are you going to try to go long and overcut them? Also, second, objects are closer than they appear, especially the walls. We always talk about the walls here at Long Beach. You gotta stay off of them, and then don't end up in the fountain. It is such a tricky turn number 1, 2, 3 section. Don't go swimming today.
For the record, I agree with what Reese is seeing. I am seeing wet tires for the Apex Racing team, but to be fair, 15th in qualifying, might as well take the gamble. Let's form ourselves up 2 by 2, and for the first time in series history, it's a 75-minute sprint from the streets of Long Beach. Porsche Coanda, 3 consecutive AMD Pole Awards lead us to green on the streets of the Action City. Great launch from Elvis Rankin. Now Diogo Pinto has his teammate Luke McEwen directly behind him, but Jake Dennehan, the Irishman, sniffing up the inside. On the brakes for the very first time. Aggression from the Cadillac, who holds on to 3rd position. Give McEwen no chance but to concede. Behind, into the fountain they trickle. Looks like the Channel 199 machine got into the back of Acura's CrowdStrike, so that was Casey Kerwin running into Sam Michaels, but stretching the legs onto West Shoreline Drive for the first time. Look at the gap that Elvis Rankin has built at the front of the field, Reese, as he tries to break away in the opening stint of the race.
Yeah, it's going very well for Porsche Coanda at the moment, and meanwhile the Kausa team machine is really putting the pressure on. We see in the background Maxence Godino on the wet tyres. He is now running last. Unfortunately, wet tyres on a dry track, as I said, not the best idea. It looks like the rain might be coming a little too late for that particular strategy played, but by the same token, that Apex Racing Team 99 is not going to have to come into the pits when the rain hits, so it might just pay off for them. Side by side on the exit of the hairpin, it looks like David Adam and Casey Kerwin still going at it for 9th.
And Adam does have to pull off to pit lane in the opening 3 laps, so he will not be long for this fight. On board with, I believe this is the Solpec Precision Porsche tucked up behind that second Team Redline machine, Jordan Johnson, who showed some great potential in the opening stint of the season at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Now, unfortunately, this car pegged on the back foot at round 2, if we're being honest, not the best qualifying effort. It's Johnson back alongside of Garrett Berry, the Euro Cup 3 driver, as Aaron Full steps aside for another race. You can see Johnson there on board as the Porsche gets a little bit of oversteer, sweeping out through 7 and 8, and now onto this back straightaway. And knowing the rain is not far away, Joey, how aggressive do these drivers really need to be? Because pit stops are going to be very, very soon coming for many of them, given the intensity of rain we're expecting.
I think you have to be as aggressive as possible. You have to treat it as a normal race until the rain actually gets here, right? Everybody's on the same racetrack. Everybody's in the same race cars, although there are different manufacturers out there. So everybody is going to have to hop over to the wet tires at a certain time and look at what we see on the screen on the front straightaway. Raindrops officially coming down on one part of the racetrack. This is another factor that the drivers have to decide. How wet is it on one section of the racetrack versus how dry is it on the other section?
And what makes rain racing interesting isn't the rain. Because if it rained constantly and didn't change, everyone would figure it out. What makes it unique and what makes the drivers stand out is the fact that every time you go to the corner, it will be slightly different than the time before. And the judgment, the understanding is paramount. When do you make the call? A gap at the front has shrunk pretty quickly. Now, did any of these teams expect the rain to come and maybe dial the car in a bit more for these wet conditions? They are given a very general weather forecast, which gave the chance of rain at 15%, which, if I'm the engineer behind the scene, Reese, and I'm doing the statistics, 15% less likely than it is to happen. I'm probably not going to spend too much time on it. Am I ready for what we're about to deal with?
Yeah, that is the question. You know, I think if it was somewhere around a 5% chance of rain, they probably wouldn't even consider it, but I'm sure they've thought about it, at least for the moment. See the number 19 making its way out of the pit lane in the midst of leaders. Sorry, the 17, what should be the 17, of course, registration error, putting them into the pit lane. Also talking about how rain affects the driving, there's the transitionary phase as well. Yes, it is raining at the moment at that end of the circuit, but the track is not wet enough for wet tires yet. Those dry tires are up to heat and up to temp, up to pressure. They are boiling that little bit of moisture away off the racetrack. Eventually, the rain's going to get heavy enough.
Sorry, did Rankin just hit the wall there, Reese? I am pretty sure he got as close to the wall as you can get. Is it just starting to become a bit more intense? Is that part of the reason why the gap has shrunk? And behind, that Maniti machine, which is now a lap down, is going to be absolutely swallowed up by the second pack behind. Light rain not likely to require the drivers into pit lane anytime soon. It's that second band, which I think is a bit more likely to require the drivers to head their way in. But that is a rooster tail being kicked up, Joey, on the run up to turn number 1.
It is starting to get more and more wet on the racetrack. You see Denahan really carry the speed into turn number 1. So very much high confidence in the grip level inside this number 7 car, but it is just going to continue to get more and more slippery. I'm looking at the lap times, the fastest times already in the first couple laps, a low 112. However, the majority of the field has already slowed down to the 1-minute 13s, mid-minute 113s out here. I bet you this lap going to be even slower. Where is that threshold? Because it seems like the wet tires all the way back there on that number 99 still really haven't come into full pace yet. They're still a few seconds off of what the dry tires are doing in these wet conditions.
Yes, that is the problem. They did a 117.2 last time by. Your leader, a 113.0, which is still a little bit off the pace. So haven't seen the crossover point. Denahan swings out wide on the entry in towards the hairpin. This is really not a passing opportunity, this corner. You're at maximum lock, and you can see how Constantina's up, and they almost pile into the tail ends of one another. Windshield wipers working hard. The headlights are working plenty as well now, with officially 5 minutes complete. Now, why am I talking about time already? Because drive time for this race, Reese, is just 10 minutes. And so if you feel like the heavy rain is coming and you think it's better to pit for the wet tires at some point, well, in about 3 minutes' time, you could do that. You could change your driver as well.
Yeah, you certainly could, and in the midst of that driver change, you're probably going to be able to get enough fuel to get to the end of the race as well. Remember, the GTPs, their fuel window is around 45 to 50 minutes, so, you know, you take that out of a 75-minute race, and looks like round about that marker is where you're going to be going for it. Driver change time is a flat 30 seconds in iRacing, and when the fuel is put in the car, that should all be covered by the time the driver change is done. So I think we're going to be seeing most pit stops last around 30 seconds as a result. Change for ninth, Alexander Spetz getting past Casey Kerwin there, but will he be able to get Alexander Spetz as well? Doesn't quite look like it.
Alexander Spetz out of position in qualifying, if we're being honest. Last time out, he was on the alternate strategy, saving some fuel. Now Jake Dennehan has blinked. He thinks it is early enough, but not early enough for the driver change. So the Irishman will stay behind the wheel of the car. His American teammate John Campbell waits in the wings, probably for about 45 minutes from now. Spetz has followed as well, so this actually, Joey, does tell me a lot. I expect Drago Racing to be a top 5 team somewhat consistently. They were pegged back in qualifying. They've got to do something different. They think the undercut could work a treat here.
I think that there's a discrepancy going on the racetrack right now, because I still see that the dry tires are faster than the wet tires. However, it has gotten to be such tricky conditions, right? So it's very, very difficult to drive out there and make that sort of speed. However, the possibility, the capability is there. So how much do you trust your driver in saying, hey, you have to keep it off the walls, you have to keep it clean, and you got to go fast? Or do we bring you in for that confidence, that rain tire, so that way the driver has that confidence, they have the ability to go out there and push it into the brake zones? It's that two-edged sword. What is faster, dry tires or the confidence for the driver?
End of EC sideway, swap between the CrowdStrike teammates, and Kerwin has a sniff to the inside at the hairpin, surely not. Cadillac on the inside, Acura out wide. Here comes Pinto, the BMW M Team Redline machine. Has boxed. Luke McEwen, as you'd expect, follows his sister car in, and Casey Kerwin follows. These are not drivers that will do their driver change at this point, but I was looking at the pit stop time, 20-odd seconds to change the 4 tires and top up the fuel that has been burned so far as well. The Porsche goes straight. Phil Denez, debut in 2025 championship, thought about making his slide up the inside, but Reese, it's visible now just how little grip there is in this opening sector, and the need to pit looking urgent to me.
Yeah, I'm expecting pretty much everyone to be coming into the pits at the end of this lap, because on my end, I've been watching Elvis Rankin in the lead. He almost walled it at the fountain, so that tells you what kind of conditions these drivers are dealing with at the moment. I think the transitionary phase is over, and the time to get on wet tires is now.
Here comes, look to the inside. Is it going to swap around into turn 9? Now remember, they are probably heading to pit lane, so they want to be in front of the other. Replay bottom of your screen is going to show what happened to the Solpec Precision machine, just the other one of them rather, excuse me, going straight on into the tires. Denez lunges up the inside. He's been racing GT3s in Italy this year. They stay out as well. Interesting call as Elvis Rankin has decided it's time to swap the dries for the wet tires. Johnson and Denez clearly feeling it is not worth it right now. I see one team that's got a meatball flag, that's the Maniti 78. The net race leader is about to be the Apex Racing 99, because they already on the wet tires are now 20 seconds in front of Jake Dennehan. Denez and Johnson still squabbling as they squeak out through turn 4 and literally squeeze onto the throttle. But Joey, Johnson holding on. They are losing time hand over fist right now.
Yeah, now is officially the crossover point for at least this pack of cars. So Jordan Johnson's last lap, a 121.0. Phil Denez pretty much identical. Now you go back to the wet tires, that last fast lap, a 121.0 as well. So if we're just looking at the numbers, this is the official crossover point. You got to bring him in this lap.
And I see another driver that's had an issue, Isaac Phelps, in one of the Grid and Go machines. He's making his debut in the series as well. Not even 15 minutes complete. This is going to be crazy. The rain has brought the chaos as expected. So Jake Dennehan is now behind Max Escudino by 20.5 seconds, but just in front of Loic Rabier. Now Jordan Johnson tried to get the power down, lit the rear tires up, and finally headed down to pit lane. On the bottom of your screen, there is Escudino. in the Cadillac for the Apex Racing team. The call might just be working out for them, as we still have a handful of cars yet to make their way down to the box. Reese, when I now look at the way the order is mixed up, Porsche Coanda have really lost out. They're down to 11th on track, behind Drago and CrowdStrike, and find themselves 5 cars off of the net race lead.
Yeah, they waited too long, I think, to get into the pits and change those tires. But it's so difficult to judge, especially with how the GTPs tend to handle when the dry tires are cold. You know, it takes a while for them to get up to temperature, and you really got to take care around the racetrack. So they were still getting the dry tires up to temperature when the rain hit. It can be very difficult to judge the grip as a result.
And so hopefully we'll get the next final takers, I should say, onto pit lane next time by, and we'll get a good sequence through. Oh, was that Jaden Munoz almost into the wall just in front of Samuel Michaels? Do believe we're going to see some driver changes, because Garrett Berry's taken over from Johnson in that number 60. And I get the sneaking suspicion Matt Farrow is going to replace Munoz in that number 5 as well. Big wiggle of the rear. I'll tell you what, though, that qualifying ban, this is the sort of condition in which they've been allowed a chance to fight their way back into things. And in fact, as the Williams Gaming Club's machine stays on track, so does Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast. Joey, I'm looking at the radar. We're about to get a bit of light rain, and then a brief moment of no rain at all before it arrives once more.
And you know, I think we got so excited with the weather here, and oh no, there goes a couple cars off in turn number 1. Yeah, the Williams Gaming Club and the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast off in turn number 1. I don't know if they made contact with the tires, but that's going to cost them a ton of track position out there. Remember, these cars still on those dry tires. But what I was going to point out, we've been so ecstatic talking about the weather. Got to remember that minimum drive time as well.
But the fight now really starting to hold up. I think the likes of Charlie Collins in Porsche Coanda's machine. Now, I assume that they did meet drive time, but I wasn't quite watching the clock when they hit pit lane. They just slid in front of Casey Kerwin. Gustavo Ariel has taken over from Diogo Pinto as well. So they've both done their driver changes in what could be championship contending machines. Take a look at the replay of how they set sail, literally, into the access road at turn 1. And also tell you, by the way, live pictures, Casey Kerwin really having a big fight right now. Got to give him his kudos after struggling initially when the rain arrived. He has fought back well now that the balance is equalized a little bit more. Finally, I think Sam Michaels has found the lines that he wants to, continuing to stay on track, but leading this race is 15 minutes complete. And Reese, what a interesting race on our hands right now. 60 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, if you've waited this long to get the wet tires on, you might as well commit for a few more laps. But take a look at that radar. I think there's not going to be enough of a break in the rain for those dry tires to really come back. And you've only got to look at the lap times to see that getting onto the wets as early as possible was the right decision. Sam Michaels' last lap, a 129.3. Meanwhile, the top team on wet tires, which is the Apex 99, they're setting 122s, and they're the fastest car on track at the moment. There they are going past Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast.
Yeah, only 5 seconds back, and I will note that I just saw a car on wet tires has spun as well, so they're not having it easy, those that are on the what you think are preferred wet compound of Michelin tire for the time being. Let's watch here, exit of turn 8. It just looks so much simpler. I mean, look at the wiggle, Joey, as the rear just refuses to put the power down. But the fight for 7th is truly on. These were the former leaders. New drivers into the cars as well. Porsche Coanda, Charlie Collins directly in front of Gustavo Ariel in the BMW M Team Redline machine, and losing some ground to Jake Dennehan and Alexander Spetz. 2 seconds in front of them now and starting to pull away.
Yeah, and you see Gustavo really putting the pressure on here on the back of Charlie Collins. Almost, yeah, look at this run. So much better out onto this back straightaway. Is going to be side by side by the time we get into the brake zone here. Let's see if Gustavo Ariel can go deeper on the brakes into the apex. Yes, he does. He claims that position from the Porsche Coanda number 91 out there. But something else I kind of wanted to talk about in regards to the strategy, everybody who's on these dry tires right now, I feel like if they can make it to the pit window, maybe another 10 minutes, maybe even less, because remember, in the rain situation, you burn less fuel than in the dry out there, so it could be a one-stop strategy for these cars out front.
Yeah, the problem with that, though, is they're losing 10 seconds a lap right now, and so if we are still 15 minutes away from the pit window, they are 7 laps away.
But the other cars out front here that we're watching are going to have to stop again too, no matter what.
Yes, but if you lose 70 seconds in those 7 laps, that is more than a pit stop is the route that I was going to get to. The sequence that we've seen so far has seen it take about 65 seconds to put the fuel driver change and tires on the car, so maybe add a couple more seconds there. But once again, second race in a row, we have alternate strategies that are starting to develop. Eduardo Leo has now slipped past Casey Kerwin, the second of the Redline BMW M hybrids. Back up the queue, Jake Dennehan has now been caught, so he's lost a little bit of ground after being one of the first drivers to make that call to switch onto the wet compound of tires. I was saying that Alexander Spetz was out of position in qualifying. Well, he's done a great job to put himself in a great spot. Although Dennehan wide out through the hairpin, not close enough for Gustavo to have a sniff here.
Yeah, not quite. I'm just monitoring the relative gaps here as well for the leading Apex car. Remember, they started the race on wet tires, and they currently lead by 10 seconds over P2. But the next car on wets, they have about 25 seconds over them. That's the head of this battle with Dennehan and the Grid and Go Cadillac getting pressured by Gustavo Ariel for P6. So, got to remember that Apex are going to have to pit for their driver change at some point. A lot of these teams have already gotten their driver changes out of the way, as almost into the rear of the Grid and Go car goes Gustavo Ariel. He is piling the pressure on, and he sees the door open to the inside. Does he pull it up in time for the Apex? Fortunately, yes, but I don't think anyone's safe from the walls here.
Don't forget, countdown bottom right of your screen. If you're wondering when the GTDs are going to race, well, the countdown is on screen for you. Don't have to wonder too much. They will qualify in just about an hour's time as well. So they haven't even set the grid, haven't handed out their AMD Pole Award. Still lots for us to do. It's now effectively, when you look back to BMW M Team Redline and Drago Racing, although Drago Racing, telemetry-wise, are showing us having dry tires for me. They are setting lap times that could only be done on wet tires for the time being. It's 18 seconds, the advantage for your leaders. So doing a great job after nursing the car through the early stages. Oh, look at how uncomfortable this is going to be through the fountain. Cold dry tires versus up to temperature wet tires. Not even a fight. And that really has cost Dennehan. Is it going to open the door for Charlie Collins to try and get the run out of turn 5? A little bit further back through the field, the Culture team defending from the Solpec Virtual Mindset 62 as Max Muir tries to plot his way forward with BMW M Team BS Plus competition car. Then right behind, those are a couple of cars there, Joey, that have lost 10 positions through this pit cycle.
Yeah, there's definitely been some comers and goers, and we saw some cars get in too deep into the brake zones, lock up, and have to take those runoff areas, definitely dropped down the order. And I think one of those cars that I was really looking at was both of the Williams cars, the number 10 and the number 5. Remember, in turn number 1, they were off, and they've stayed on those dry tires. So when we talk about trying to execute a strategy on the dry tires, carrying it into the weather, you need to have 0 mistakes. And unfortunately for those cars, it's pretty much put them right in the middle of the pack, still needing to go on to the wets.
And again, the chance of rain was estimated at 15%. It was by no means expected, this sort of weather. As, Moreno Sirica has finally come down to pit lane, but because of the lack of grip that he has sped on pit entry. One of those things that's so easy to do, not backing up your references enough, and that will be the Williams Gaming Club held in pit lane for even longer. Meanwhile, still the Irishman, Jake Dennehan, frustrating Charlie Collins. Straight here into turn 6, not really long enough, even with the hybrid at your disposal. And Dennehan driving in the rearview mirrors. Meanwhile, Alexander Spetz trying to do so as well. Gustavo Ariel has really closed that gap up, and this is where the early driver change was Somewhat surprising to me, the fact that they put the driver in while the conditions were changing implies to me, Reese, that clearly Gustavo might be the driver that's a bit more comfortable in these rainy conditions, as that looked like Sir Cholins with a big send, and he gets himself up to 4th.
Indeed he does. Meanwhile, Spets having a lot of trouble keeping that car stable on the way into the car park section at the end of the lap, and you know, really getting a sense for the puddles as well, especially on the entry to the hairpin. You know, you're going through puddles like that, you are aquaplaning, and especially on dry tires, it's rather difficult to slow the car down and turn it. But have a look at how confident Gustavo Ariel is in these wet conditions. Has he overcooked it?
Just a little bit, but I think they just about got away with that one. Square bit of contact, both between the cars and the wall, Joey. Oh, Porsche Coanda right on the case now, though.
They both got away with that one. Spets left room at Apex, and trust me, Gustavo Ariel used it all up, plus some, with a huge slide towards the Apex. I actually think they did make a little bit of door-to-door contact, but they stay running as they were in terms of that position. Spets and that Drago Racing currently holding on to second, but I think that Gustavo Ariel here in this BMW M Team Redline number 33 is the fastest driver in these sort of conditions, but the problem is he's got that Porsche Coanda 91 now creeping up in the rearview mirror. Charlie Collins is coming fast.
Here's another look at it from the shot outside of turn 1. Now, I think part of the issue is he gets on the curb, right, which is wet and slippery and the opposite of what you want to do right now. So, that was almost the downfall there. I think, by the way, now that Jaden Munoz is all the way down in 16th position, Sam Michaels is in 10th. Given the lack of ability to put the power down, they could potentially get to the end of the race within the next lap or two if they choose to come down pit lane. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Gustavo's thinking about how he finds his way forward, though, and no way at the fountain. There's just not enough space for two of these slightly larger prototype machines. A big bounce on the curve, confidence to send it there, and surely not at the end of West Shoreline Drive. He has to back out of it, but he's sniffing one way than the other, and you can see that Spets is just not as comfortable. Redliner brought a compliant car, and compliance in the wet, it's giving him what he needs. Both of them drift out of turn 8 as they cut the inside there, and that will give Spets the breathing room he needs to hold on here, Reese.
Yeah, that was an interesting slide there from Ariel. Spets goes deep, and he gets into the tire bundle, the front bumper. Oh, okay. Thank goodness for that. The front bumper hasn't come off that Drago BMW, but a little bit of damage to the rear now as well. It may have. We'll have to wait and see if that works out to be big damage there for the number 69, but that has brought Gustavo Ariel through. Now a potentially heavily damaged Drago BMW is going to be under pressure from Porsche Coanda. Let's see what Charlie Collins can do here on the racing line into turn 1, which in wet conditions there's less grip on the racing line than there is off it, but at a street circuit, Arjuna, you don't have much choice in the matter.
That's the problem, right? I was thinking the same. The benefit will be it's bumpy enough, at least, even on the racing line, that you can kind of get away with it. You've still got enough of the bumps that move the water around. Look at the replay on the bottom of your screen. Just D overcommits, fortunate not to lock the tires, and the iRacing gods smile on him, and the bumper blinks back into existence, but it's still in vain. He loses another spot, and meanwhile, Eduardo Leo pops himself to the inside, and Jake Danahan just about avoids the tire bundle. Post racing down EC sideway once again, but it is a change of spots, and they are starting slowly to close on the race leading here. Race leading Cadillac here, Joey. The Apex Racing Team gap for the lead now down to under 10.5 seconds.
Correct, and remember that Apex Racing Team Cadillac that you were just talking about started on the dry tires. That was a huge moment down there in the hairpin. Looks like Drago Racing, Alex Spets is going to be bringing this car down onto pit road. I assume that it's going to be a driver change and new tires as well. Look at the weather. We're right in the middle of 2 rain bands right now. So yes, the track is currently wet. However, it is not currently raining, and these drivers are battling right now for 7th place. This is Alex trying to get the move done on that CrowdStrike racing machine, and as they go through turn 1 and 2.
Drama on track. Alexander Spetz has got a meatball, so he will sit there for a while. But Reese, more significantly, BMW M Team Redline have been given a penalty by race control, and so that's going to promote Porsche Kawanda up to 2nd, and the ones hunting down the race leader. Contact with the 69 and instant repercussions from race control.
Yeah, interesting to see. Was that before or after the 69 went deep?
I will go and get you the exact details in a moment. Meanwhile, fight through turn 8. Little bits of a squeeze from Loic Rabier as Alex Noguet gets to the inside, but they just about hold on.
Indeed they do. So that's pretty significant. The hip check into turn 1 we're hearing is what the penalty was for. So when the red line car got onto the curb and had that slide, so that was obviously enough for race control to get their eyes up. Noguet, meanwhile, gets past Loic Rabier into the hairpin. The two Acuras, fiercely forward and CrowdStrike Racing, still fighting tooth and nail over P7, but what a significant penalty for those results. Ariel, who's clearly the fastest of them all in these conditions, is not going to have a chance to make good on that.
And looking at the gaps at the front, your leaders potentially burning up those wet tires in the initial stages before the rain arrived. They are paying the price now. 2 seconds a lap slower last time by, but if they think they can come into pit lane shortly for another set of wet tires, I think we have just about hit that pit stop window. There's another team, by the way, that's taken a tow back to pit lane. We have a heavy hit of attrition. It's Solpec Precision's number 60 joining Drago number 69, the Maniti 78, and the Sheza number 90, all with lengthy damages being repaired on the pit lane. As a rather solitary leader, Joey, doing exactly what he needs to hold on at the front of the field. He's only 8 seconds now clear of Charlie Collins, but if we are close to that pit stop window, he'll be smiling from ear to ear.
Doing exactly what he needs. That is the key right there, is that you don't necessarily need to go set the fastest laps of the race right now. You had mentioned it got about 7 seconds over that Porsche Kawanda number 91. And I think what this Apex Racing team is doing is they're looking at the weather. We're in this dry period between those 2 rain bands. If you can stretch these tires that you started the race on all the way into when it starts to rain again, that's going to be the optimum time to bring it down pit road, put the fresh rain tires on, get your new driver in the car, and pull off that one-stop strategy.
Listen on board to that free-revving Acura engine. Of course, intended for IndyCar, and so very at home here. It is very dry, though, is what I am starting to see. The rain having disappeared, the dry line is starting to form. That second band of rain is going to have a major influence on the rest of this race. Reese, I love watching these onboards and just the care needed. He's not quite on the racing line. He's still using the curves. He's having to be so aggressive while careful at the same time on a knife-edge razor right now.
Yeah, these GTP cars produce an awful lot of downforce, mostly from underbody aero, which is why you see those big rooster tails in the wet conditions. You don't get much of a chance to use that downforce at Long Beach as the red line number 33 machine comes in to serve that drive-through penalty race control has given them. Meanwhile, the very front of the field, Max Escudino in the Apex Racing team, number 99, is having a great time, but he's still losing time, chunks of it every lap, to those behind. And that is the other side of the coin to starting on the wets when the track is still dry. The wet tires, they have more tread, they have less potential for grip than the dry tires, and they are of a softer compound as well. So if you drive around wet tires on a dry lap, it can really hurt your long-term tyre life, and I think Apex is starting to realise that. They did commit early, though. Meanwhile, replay of what happened to the number 60. It was a botched move into turn 1. The car just refusing to slow down, and the BMW getting into the wall as well. Huge damage.
Yeah, and then having to really lose out significantly was Danny Lorenzo, another team that's already done their driver change. Sam Michaels, by the way, is officially 1 lap down, so very much stubborn on the strategy to stick on the dry tires. It has really not worked out. And after the drive-through penalty, Gustavo Ariel in the BMW M Team Redline 33 has emerged 8th on track and 24 seconds behind the Charlie Collins driven 91. There's the confirmation of a drive-through penalty. The 3 losing out a little bit, and it's just been administered by the stewards as well. So 4 seconds the gap now between Godino and Collins, which, Joey, at the trend of 2 or so seconds a lap, means 2 laps, and Porsche Kawanda could be looking at leading this race once again.
You're definitely right on that one. Look at the big slide, though, from the 91. All of these drivers have pretty much used up all of the tire underneath them out here. Charlie Collins setting the fastest laps of the race currently, a 1:20.9 that last time by. You compare that to the Apex Racing team out front at a 1:22.7. So Arjuna, to your point, about 2+ seconds faster. However, I am looking at that radar a little bit. That second rain band is about to hit. How much further can you stretch these tires into that wet sort of scenario? It's almost like a repeat of what we had in the first 5 laps here coming up.
And they didn't put in a full tank of fuel when they pitted, so they will probably box relatively closely with the Apex Racing team. So it's the standoff as we wait for the rain here on the West Coast. Sam Michaels finally blinked, so 23 laps on the stint for him. I don't know if that's a indication the tires have gone, though, or if he's run out of fuel. I question that because it will tell us more about when Godino comes to pit lane, and I wonder if there is also a little bit of fuel saving going on here as very gingerly navigating his way through. But the Predator has the prey in his sights now. There's no question about that. There's a bit of a bobble coming out of turn 8. You could see the confidence, Reese, that Collins actually has to stick on the racing line right now, which is so impressive.
Yeah, incredible confidence. If I was in that position, I probably wouldn't be in that position. I'd have been in the wall just after the green flag, if I'm being honest. But Charlie Collins is certainly making up bulk time here as they come across the line, and the move is made for the lead. Charlie Collins, a grand total of over 3 seconds faster than Maxence Godino on the previous lap. It looks like that Apex Racing team car is going to have to come into the pits shortly for fresh wet tires, sorry, if they want to stay in this one. Alex Nogoy, meanwhile, getting the fiercely forward teal machine into the pit lane, I believe, due to that penalty from race control. Now the question is, how far down is the 99 going to slide before they decide to come in for that fresh rubber?
You can see the Crown Strike machine just staying well out of the way. Gamble not paying off for Marcus Hamilton, who now takes over from Michaels. 40 minutes to go. I mean, the radar indicates that the rain should be right on top of us. Don't forget, by the way, as you can see the rainfall in the camera shot. Biggest iRacing sale of the year is back. Scan that QR code on your screen. Eduardo Leo slices up the inside. And watch Denahan as well, because I don't think he can afford to wait too long through 9, 10, and 11. Long line taken from Godino, and they barge doors with one another as they put maximum steering lock on. But a great drive off the corner. The blue and yellow machine will drive off to the start-finish line, and now officially in a podium spot, Joey.
And officially the rain has returned to the circuit. You see the heavy raindrops on the front straightaway here, so that second rain band has officially arrived. I think that means it's pit stop window time, right? I think that all these drivers have been screaming, I want more grip, I want more grip. Had a little bit of a dry section to really burn up those wet tires, and now since it's starting to rain again, I think that window is officially open.
And so I think that means a couple of drivers have got to maybe stop practicing and get ready to go racing. The benefit of the virtual world, of course, they can jump out of this race and into a practice session. Casey Kerwin, he's showing some great speed. He loves Long Beach. He comes here on a regular occasion now, flies out from North Carolina, and boy, is he putting that experience to use. Meanwhile, the Coucher team losing out to the BMW M Team Redline 33 as Ivan Machado Perez, about half a second now back from Gustavo Ariel, who's 20 seconds off the lead. So that's the gap that he's trying to close on. Here is Casey. Another great run in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series in the Final Four. And now representing Channel 199 Sim Racing. Final Four, I should say, not Championship 4. Blasts his way to the line. Apex Racing do come down to pit lane though, Reese, and so that is exactly what we were thinking. About halfway through this race, they will box, change their driver, and put another set of wet compound tires on.
Yeah, now the question is this fresh wet rubber going to help them out in this battle for this top 5 that I think they have potential for? Maxime Brion is going to jump in. He takes over the number 99. Now, I'm unsure what his pace is like in wet conditions and relative to his teammates, so a few things up in the air there, but they'll get their pit stop done, get back out there just outside the top 10, it looks like. And how are the other teams going to respond, if they even need to respond in the first place?
I think crucially, though, he is going to head out onto a track, Joey, which is already damp, has already got some rain dropping. And so unlike his teammate, Maxime is not going to have tires that have overheated in those first 5 or 10 minutes of the race and have lost a little bit of life by the time you get to the end of the stint.
Correct, and it's also going out into relatively consistent conditions, right? It's not a dry track that's transitioning to the wet. He is only hopping into the wet track. But I tell you what, the moisture, I think, is heavier than ever. Were you seeing the puddles going into that turn 11 hairpin? So these drivers better be ready for the next 35 minutes of rain, or at least a heavy stretch right now. And usually the heavier the rain, the more slippery it gets, especially if you're still out there on the older tires. I think it's going to benefit everybody who's already came and made that second stop to put the new stuff on.
It is the first ever rain race in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Everyone thought it would be the GTD race at VIR, which has a 69% chance of rain, I can tell you. Not quite sure what's happening in that session right now. But a 15% chance of rain has led to this, a effectively fully rain-impacted race. 10 minutes or so with the slick Michelin rubber at the start, and since then, oh, how fortunes have transformed. Eduardo Leo is looking so quick right now. Redline have definitely brought a car that has got plenty of speed. We are into that medium band of rain, the green indicating slightly heavier than the blue. Out of the final corner, Reese, great exit for Charlie Collins. He'll hold on for the time being, but pressure starting to build.
Indeed, keeping an eye on the lap times there. Looks like Leo was about 3.5 to 4 tenths of a second faster than Charlie Collins on the previous lap. So it's looking like it's all coming up Team Redline at the moment, but they have traffic to deal with. That's Maxime Brion in the Apex Racing Team 99 that is fresh out of the pits, only just completed their first lap. So he's still getting used to those new, fresh, wet tires that have yet to actually build some temperature. This could complicate things for the lead battle. Collins gets by well enough, and it looks like Eduardo Leo is going to get by too. Brion not fighting them too hard there, but might that have thrown off either of our leaders here, thrown them off that rhythm? The Redline car looks superior in these conditions, but it seems like Charlie Collins is focusing on those exits, and it's paying off for him.
I will say, by the way, the Apex machine doing well on the cold tires. The drivers were told that in these situations, you can defend your position if you're going a lap down, if you do it respectfully, but recognize he did not have the life of the tire underneath him to be able to do so. The puddles really are starting to accumulate now, which will make that entry, the transition as you flick it from the left into the right, that little bit more awkward. The young Italian on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen from Milan joined Team Redline midway through last year, initially just as part of their IndyCar program for the initial series of that iRacing IndyCar Pro Series, but very quickly became a full-fledged member of the team. And after making some showings in the Prodigy Racing League with Thibaut Courtois Racing, alongside of Gustavo Ariel, he's going from strength to strength in the virtual and real worlds, continues to go out there and do plenty of karting, which I sometimes feels like when you get to situations like this and adapting to the rain, probably a bit of a benefit. He's looking really strong. Can he get the inside line on the run to turn 8? He's giving Collins plenty to think about right now, though, and that's the most important thing as we near 30 minutes left to go. Put the pressure on. Yes, these are the best drivers in the world, but even the best can crumble under pressure. On the lines, they just about get through safely, but Joey, it is starting to build. Leo's looking for his way through.
Certainly is Eduardo Leo. Let's see about the traction, the power down coming out of that turn 11 hairpin as this race for what is 9th place on the bottom of the screen has a pair of cars battling it out going up towards turn number 8, but our race lead on the top half of the screen here. Charlie Collins seems to have plenty of straight line speed inside that Porsche Coanda number 91 car. I've also got my eye on the 33. That's the other BMW M Team Redline car, Gustavo Ariel, as we get some side-by-side here on the back straightaway. I think this is Daniel Lorenzo trying to overtake the CrowdStrike number 3 car.
And this is the final couple of teams all left on the lead lap. He's slightly gone out into the standing water, but he just about brings it back onto line. And this is at this point single file through that final couple of corners. Look at all the puddles surrounding them. It's been a thrilling race, I've got to say, and we are slowly getting set for the 75-minute sprint at the Virginia International Raceway. We'll quickly cross across of the United States and make our way to America's Motorsports Resort. Break out the triple box then, Reese. Action aplenty around the track, but still with Leo in the tire tracks and following in the rooster tails of the race leader.
Indeed, fantastic fighting here at the moment, and you know, it being a street circuit, passing isn't easy, but nothing worth doing ever is. Have a look at that little slide there from the Porsche Coanda leader coming out of the hairpin. He's, I think he's starting to come down a little bit in terms of the potential of those tires, and we need to keep an eye on these lap times.
Here he goes!
Oh, hello! Yep, up the inside into turn 1. And Eduardo Leo gets it done over the curb, somehow finds the grip, and he's through.
Oh, beautifully judged as well. Oh, this is thrilling stuff. And now let's see how quickly he can pull away. They both still owe us a pit stop here. There's no question about that, Joey. How big will the gap be when he heads back down to pit lane as the track is increasingly getting waterlogged? And I think even with the rain dissipating inside of the next 15 minutes, we will need these wet tires to the checkered flag.
Well, my competitor brain tells me that everybody else who isn't in a team Redline BMW is in some serious trouble, because that number 33 car in 5th place still turning laps in the 119s. The only car turning laps in the 119s. Everybody else in 122. So now that the number 34 has reached clean air, what are we going to see out of the pace from Eduardo Leo?
30 minutes left to go. Oh, CrowdStrike Racing, Loic Rabier. It's just not been an easy day for them. He goes straight on at turn 1. As off to pit lane. I think the first team that blinked for the wet tires, 26 laps complete on the run. And Jake Dennehan will hand over to his teammate Sean Campbell. Again, just a reminder, in about 45 minutes time, we go racing for the 3rd race of our Super Sunday, the 75-minute sprint for the Grand Touring Daytona machines at America's Motorsport Resort. That countdown continues to tick away on the bottom right of your screen. The sunshine has suddenly burst through the cloud cover, and it's a very different complexion. If you look at the camera pictures now, and this race is where I start to wonder how well the tires are going to hold on by the time we reach the checkered flag.
I do love me a good sun shower. It's nice to see them in iRacing as well. Yeah, it is an interesting question, as the number 7 Grid and Go car has Sean Campbell take the wheel, and out of the pits they come, 31.5 seconds in the box. Also getting news of we're going to see what happened to Loic Rabier in the CrowdStrike Racing number 3. Coming into turn 1, it's so difficult to find your braking point for this corner in the dry, let alone in the wet. And unfortunately for Loic, no ABS on these cars. He got on the brakes, the car was just like, no thank you, and into the runoff area at turn 1. He goes almost beyond the tyre bundle. So that's a big time loss there for the number 3. But yeah, 21 laps remaining according to my timing. So it'll be interesting to see how long these tyres can last.
And I wonder if that turn 1 moment slightly exacerbated by potentially breaking on those painted lines, which always get a little bit slick and slippery in these conditions. It's 1.7 seconds between the leaders for the time being. Eduardo Leo now quicker than everyone on track with the exception of his teammate Gustavo Ariel. So I think what Joey was saying earlier is very much still up and available. I think a red line double podium is the minimum they'll be looking for. I even wonder if Gustavo Ariel is thinking when he hands the car over to Diogo Pinto in a few moments' time, what more can they achieve from this race? We've only got 2 hours and 40 minutes left, Joey, for these teams to grab championship points. And so for that BMW M Team Redline car, as Drago Racing pulls out of the way 6 laps down on the field, knowing that Porsche Coanda could be in for another good points haul here, BMW M Team Redline want to avoid giving the 91 much of a championship hope in the final round of the season.
Spot on. Yeah, Team Redline is trying to do everything possible to essentially take away points from that Porsche Coanda team number 91 car out there. So they have definitely got the fastest cars. Talking about Team Redline here at Long Beach, at least in the rain, they're at least 1 second, and really the 33 is a couple seconds faster than everybody else in these same exact conditions. It's just going to come down to that final pit stop. How quick can the drivers get on and off of pit road? A very, very tricky pit road here, especially with the entry. We've seen cars lock up, get penalties on pit road, so you got to keep it clean. Don't beat yourself out there. However, this thing is far from over, and just kind of fill everybody in. I believe that most of these cars out here can at least make it another 10, if not another 15 minutes. So I bet you they're going to go all the way down to that minimum drive time for that second driver.
I don't know about that, actually. I think there's a few cars that do owe us a pit stop. Culture Team, for one, who are flying right now. They just put in one of their fastest laps in these wet conditions. I tell you what, let's ride with the Brazilian contingent's favorite, Gustavo Ariel. Let's listen in as he continues to push the pace here in the wet on the streets of Long Beach in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Oh my goodness, championship leaders tangled up in traffic. We talked about staying out of the fountain. Well, they found trouble just after the fountain, tangling with the back of Casey Kerwin, who's struggling in these conditions right now. BMW M Team Redline might just have seen their podium chances slip from their fingers, Joey.
And that's what I would be worried about is, yeah, the cars are still running line astern, and maybe there's a little bit of damage with that nose cone missing off of the BMW M Team Redline. But what I'd be more worried about is race control and the decision from that front to rear contact. That could be a big game changer. Remember, the 33 already overcoming a penalty.
You can see the missing front nose piece, of course, on this old now style of BMW M Hybrid. The new for 2026 front nose package looks a lot more svelte after they tested on the high banks of Daytona last weekend. Oh, he could... Okay.
Too deep. Way
too deep. But Reese, this is not the first time that Gustavo has gone deep into a corner. I'm thinking back to that Drago Racing incident into turn number 1.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, I think the confidence in wet conditions that the Red Line team seems to have sort of played into that. Potentially, Ariel was thinking that he could slow the car down a little bit harder than that. But one little subtle thing I noticed in that incident was I think he might have glanced off the left-hand wall on the way into that roundabout chicane at the fountain. So that might have played a part in this.
And, you know, I really feel that the way that Gustavo Ariel has been making the speed is on corner entries. I think we're going to get another replay of this same exact incident as he looks to make a pass on Casey Kerwin, even with the damaged front end on this number 33. Gustavo Ariel deep on the brakes, going to carry that speed into Apex and overtake for what is third place. And that's how this car has been making the speed so fast on entry. Look at the bottom part of the screen. Gets loose on entry on the left-hander, then has to correct it, and then the second lockup. That's really what got him into the back of Casey Kerwin.
And these cars are so difficult on the brakes because it's, you know, brake-by-wire. It's managing both the actual physical brakes, but the regenerative system as well, combining together. And so Gustavo clearly finding a way to find the speed, but now twice that he's had a little bit of a slip-up, and he's got into the side or back of somebody, this one with a bit more consequence. I wonder what race control will say. Traffic, by the way, we have lapped everybody now up to the top 8. Make that the top 7 soon, because Danny Lorenzo is moments away, I think, from Eduardo Leo being able to pounce. And some big movers, you've got to give them their credit. The likes of Solpec Virtual Mindset, plus 12, plus 9 for the Coucher team, 92. And then, of course, the big losers that have to make way for those that gain, the minus 13s of the Solpec Precision Racing. One of them succeeding, one of them struggling. How sometimes it goes. So Leo carves his way through the traffic. That was very nicely judged. And now waiting for Charlie Collins to be able to do so as well. Their gap back has grown, Reese, to the point where 20-ish minutes left to run. It is a tussle between these top two to come out on top here at Long Beach.
Indeed, and remember the championship standings on the way in here as well. That number 34 sitting second in the championship, and the Porsche Coanda machine is certainly looking to elevate themselves up here. If they can finish second, they'll obviously be able to overcome Drago and BMW M Team BS competition, but it won't be quite enough to get any further into that championship top 3. So they might need a bit of a miracle here, and for both Redline cars to have issues towards the end of the race. But the way things are going at the moment for Redline, I just don't see that happening.
I've just got a note come through. Thank you to, I believe this is Andrew Langham, geodesic racing driver, who's saying that GTPs who've pitted and done their driver change, theoretically, if they pitted on the same lap as Coanda, they should be able to get to the end, Joey.
Well, that's what I was just going to actually point out. So we've got 20 minutes left in this race, and Team Redline, the 34, have done 32 laps, about to click over to 33 laps. And by the math, that's about 45 minutes. Now, in the rain situation, you do burn less fuel, but the pit window for these cars in dry situations is about 45 to 50 minutes out there. How close are they cutting this thing to the checkered flag with empty in the fuel tank? Can they get there, or are they going to have to stop one more time?
Well, Casey Kerwin's just come in, which means that I think he'd only pitted one lap later than Coanda, so I would have thought that if Coanda might be good to the end, then so could the rest of the field. Now, bottom of the screen, you can see our GTD drivers getting their final moments of practice. However, while we're seeing plenty of rain on the top of the screen, Reese, it's looking pretty dry, albeit pretty foggy at the Virginia International Raceway right now.
Yeah, so visibility won't be ideal for the GTD drivers, but I think they're still going to have an easier time of it than the GTP drivers are having right now as the rain comes back in force at Long Beach. But as you say, still a very high chance of rain for the GTD race, so I'm expecting that we'll see a couple of drops there. Into the pits comes Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast, and they were recently black flagged by race control for contact with the CrowdStrike Strike Racing number 3 machine, which has been in the pits now for the last 4 minutes. I think it might have something to do with the contact that the number 5 made with them. So not ideal for Matt Farrow, but he will bring that car in, and hopefully they'll have an event-free race to the end. Our leaders are really struggling here as the track gets wetter and wetter, seeing a glossy surface now form on this racetrack, and that is far from the best for any tyre, let alone a wet compound.
Quick look through drive time, by the way. I think the race leaders, who pitted 1 lap earlier than Porsche Kawanda, are 1 lap on the wrong side of the cut lines. Oh. We've still got 18 and a bit minutes left to go. Drive time was 10 minutes, so if Team Redline...
And that's a lot of things to handle, right, Arjuna? It's not just the race that's going on. Everybody's so concerned of, oh my gosh, the weather is here, the rain is coming. So you get caught up in everything and you say, hey, in order to go fast, we need the wet tires, but you also need to look at the big picture as we got some moves going on the back straightaway. Looks like Owen Carroll's still getting those new tires up to temperature.
What a way to be welcomed into the race, by the way. You've only got 18 minutes to make your mark, and cold tires that you can't really hold on in the initial couple of laps. As you can see, the wiggle as he puts the power down on tires still coming up to temperature and pressure. Don't forget, for 2026 in the real world, a whole new compound of Michelin tire for the hypercar and GTP classes, which one of the intended features of the tire is a slightly reduced warm-up period. So as BS Plus competition, the Zebra continues to try and fend off the challenge of Sean Campbell, who did have to come back down onto pit lane about 8 laps ago to do their driver change, let's not forget. Meanwhile, Danny Lorenzo been in that car for 32 laps and should be able to see the checkered flag as well. You heard the hesitation putting the power down. That roller coaster right now would be a fun ride with a great view as well of a grid and go Cadillac that's very, very comfortable. Sean Campbell, though, the American, not quite near enough alongside to take advantage as they sweep out of turn 8 once again. Oh, I think here comes the run. The Cadillac's got a great exit, pulls alongside, and you've got to decide if it's worth fighting at this point. Danny Lorenzo decides, no, I can't defend too much longer, and Reese, the positions finally change hands.
Yeah, that's the difference of 32-lap-old wet tyres versus 8-lap-old wet tyres. Campbell has a lot more rubber to work with here, and that's the advantage of making a driver change late. You know, you're basically putting your co-driver in a really good position to maximize the car. If if you're jumping in sort of midway through the race, then you'll be having issues as the tyres wear down, because that's a bit deep there for Lorenzo. Just avoids getting into the tyre bundles. Not the first time that this particular car has had issues at turn 1 today, but worth pointing out as well, the wet tyres obviously have a very deep tread on them in order to move all of that water out of the way. They're moving like deciliters of water every second around this track, but they wear down just like a slick tyre does. There will be less tread on them by the end of the race. There's going to be less potential for moving water out of the way. So when tyres wear down, once again, you're going to see them slip and slide around. So I'm getting a bit concerned for these drivers up the front whose tyres are now 35, 36 laps old.
Yeah, they are definitely on the wrong side of the tyre window at this point, but that's the gamble. They want to avoid spending a good 60 seconds trundling down pit lane if they can, as a trade-off, lose a second a lap and only lose maybe 10, maybe 15 seconds. And again, going back through the history books, rain at Long Beach, I think it's happened once in a practice session in 20-something years. It's definitely not a normal phenomenon by any means, but it's definitely spiced this race up, that's for sure. The addition of the rain, hesitation there from Charlie Collins. He almost brushes the inside of the wall, exiting out of the fountain. And meanwhile, looks like Danny Lorenzo's lost some ground. He's down in 9th position and dropping down the timing screens. Joey, he's another one that's fallen victim at turn 1. And for the second time this race, they've gone deep in the heavy braking zone.
Yeah, I see that they've lost a ton of time here on this lap. So unfortunate there for that number 89 car, as we kind of keep our eyes focused on Charlie Collins here in the number 91. This is one of the teams that we haven't talked about too much. This is the number 92 car out there, currently running with Ivan Perez. Remember, the Skip Barber champion. It was done such a good job this year in the real world, taking all of his racing knowledge, putting it to test out here, and really good to see Ivan starting to kind of move his way forward right now. Last lap time, a 121.8. He's actually hunting down that BMW M Team Redline car. Remember, they lost their nose. They've lost a little bit of speed along with it.
I've got to give Ivan some credit as well as he navigates through this traffic quite gingerly. I think in his big swing of the rear as he puts the power down. I think he learned in his journey through that Skip Barber Racing Series as Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast fight back. That is Matt Farrow, who's not on the same lap as them. So really here, eventually you'll see the lines blend together, the rooster tails combine. But yeah, did learn that racing's not all roses and fun. And there are some more political things to think about as well. The spray is a big factor, though, without a shadow of a doubt. And behind Owen Carroll, newly minted in that Channel 199 car. There goes one. Will the Acura get through as well and follow? BMW M Team Redline forward. Gustavo Ariel picks the pocket and passing the lap traffic relatively simply for the time being. Reese, the Rooster Tails definitely not as significant as they were at one point in the race, but look at how blinding they are cutting onto this back straightaway.
Yeah, have a look at the visibility just go down, and we're at an advantage here because we're in the camera on top of the car. We don't have to deal with a windscreen in front of us. Oh, hello, up the inside he goes. Does the front end respond? Oh my goodness, how on earth did Ivan Perez pull that one off? That was so close to getting into the tire bundles. Coucher team is up to third. This has been a very impressive run from this car.
Absolutely. They didn't get to qualify to open up the season and slowly but surely are making a bit of a name for themselves. They aren't an established team, and in fact, Ivan Perez and Carlos Fenolosa and their third driver, Aaron Vasquez, all represent different sim teams, but Coucher team, quite literally the Spaniards in the 2025 IMSA Esports Global Championship, are on course for a podium because they are on the good side of both drive time and, more importantly, of the pit stop window. If they can hold on, they will be in a very, very strong position. Fortunately, by the way, Joey, for BMW M Team Redline, the next car in line, 40 seconds adrift. So if they are good on fuel to the end, if they're good on drive time, they should finish no lower than 4th position.
Correct. At least it's looking that way right now. I still have got the biggest question mark, especially over our top two runners. They are currently on lap 38 and lap 39 of their stint. That pushes them way past that 45 to 50 minute estimated pit stop window. Now, we already covered you burn less fuel in these rain conditions, but I mean, another 10.5 minutes, that's stretching it about 20 plus minutes past that pit window. That's going to be a tough one to ask, even doing laps 8 seconds slower than what they were doing in the drive.
I think one thing is for sure, plenty of drivers were questioning the schedule when they saw it, and I'm sure plenty of bewildered faces. Split races, GTP at Long Beach, GTD at VIR, but I can only imagine the chaos that would have erupted if you threw 33 GTDs into the mix as well here. Has already been a very, very attrition-heavy race. We didn't need to complicate things anymore. Officially now, 10 minutes left to go then in this 75-minute sprint, the third round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship. A 2.1 second advantage for Eduardo Leo, but still questions remain as to whether they are going to need to come into pit lane, not just for fuel, maybe more importantly, for drive time. The reason why drive time is important here, Reese, is the fact that they've already done one driver change. We're just not quite sure if they met the 10-minute minimum that was required.
Yeah, and it's such a small fraction of this race, isn't it? And it's something that you have to factor into your strategy. depending on when they came in at the start of the race, when the rain hit and they were figuring out when was the best time to come in and change to the wets, you know, if they'd just gone a lap longer or so, we wouldn't even be talking about this. But there is that very big question mark over quite a few teams in this split at the moment. So we'll see. We've only got, by my timing, about 6.5 laps remaining in this race. And, well, we'll see if Redline decides to bring it in.
I have confirmation that the... Oh, it's Culture! Oh, were they into the wall on the exit of turn 5? Have they thrown a podium spot away? I have confirmation that the Redline cars did not do the 10-minute minimum drive time that was required. So we'll see both of them down to pit lane, according to some of the teams, up and down the pit wall. Here's the replay, Joey. I mean, they brushed the wall exiting 4. How close is it out of 5?
Oh, they nailed it. They absolutely nailed it in turn number 5, and we saw it on the exit, but it was actually on the entry. Got loose on the entry, up and over the curbs, couldn't correct the slide enough, and you're right, that number 92 was into the wall. I can say, though, they are continuing. I don't see any significant damage, and they've got about 1.7 seconds over that BMW M Team Redline car, which you just mentioned are going to have to come down pit lane.
And we thought drive time wasn't going to be a factor, but guess what? The rain has made it a factor here in the GTPs. If you're already casting your mind to the GTD race, well, strategy there is even more intriguing because they actually only need probably around 5 or 10 seconds of fuel. They will be very much driver change limited. Here's a look at our Michelin keys to the race. It feels like an age ago that we talked about these. Overcut versus undercut. Stay out of the walls, stay out of the fountain. It sounds trivial, but it's anything but. And as things stand right now, Reese, I'm casting my mind back to the moment with Josh Rogers and the CrowdStrike Acura down through the S's at Road Atlanta. If not for that, it could be 3 wins on the bounce for them as we take a look at a different incident for the Coucher 92 up to the very same corner at turn 5.
Yeah, exactly the same kind of incident. Didn't get into the barrier as much as the previous time, though. And oh, hang on. Who's turned around there on the way up to turn 1?
That, I believe, is not Ate Kalpinen. That might be Jari Lehtinen.
Yeah, number 10.
Yes, the Williams Gaming Club Porsche 963. I have a sneaking suspicion that replay is going to be an interesting one to look at.
We'll see. Yeah, oh, man, that corner is so difficult. And have a look at this here. This is, oh my goodness me, that is huge. That just goes to show how much load is being put through these tires around the front stretch of this track. It's an easy flat-out corner in the dry, not so in the wet, especially if you get even slightly offline.
And I can also tell you, Ate Kalpinen has lost the rear wing on his BMW M Hybrid V8 in the Drago Racing 69. So it's difficult conditions in the closing stages, and benefit of the virtual world. Jari Lehtinen can tow back to pit lane instantly and avoid bringing out a safety car that likely would have ended the race. Now, big wiggle from Charlie Collins, but surely he has been told there is no need for you to fight. Eduardo Leo will be headed down to pit lane. 5 minutes, Joey, to hold on. 5 minutes to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, and got some of the lap cars in the mix as well. This is the number 5 car. They have a drive-through penalty that is going to be Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast because they made contact with that number 69 car out there. So unfortunately, the number 5 is going to have to trundle down pit road one more time. Matt Farrow currently in the car as we watch Eduardo Leo out front. Got to get by this lap car. They're going to get by easily here, but with 5 minutes, just under 5 minutes remaining, when do they bring this car down for that driver swap, for that driver minimum time?
So I think he's only really got to do 1 lap, and I will not confirm that as a fact, but more as a question almost. I mean, that's
Needs
hellacious.
some safer barrier out there, apparently.
I mean, can you imagine what that would have felt like in the car? I don't want to is the answer to that one.
Correct.
Yeah. It's
I'll leave it at that.
Out of the final corner. Does Eduardo Leo appeal to driver's right this time? No, he will stay out there, and so he will cross the line with just shy of 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Let's take one more look at the replay, I believe, and this is going to be the onboard view. So first, maximum lock as you work out of the hairpin. I always love to see that. And then a little bit in the spray, and I mean, there's just no sign that it's even about to happen. It just goes in an instant, Joey.
No, and you see he kind of moved out to the left just to try to get a little bit of clean visibility, and I wonder if that was kind of the death sentence, right? Just put him out a little bit too far onto that front straightaway, had to turn the wheel a little bit too much, and all of a sudden it got loose, and looks like we've got a wingless number 69. Drago Racing is going to be bringing it down onto pit road to serve a penalty, a mechanical black flag, because missing the rear half of that car.
Closing stages slowly ticking away. Sorry, Reese.
Red line's in as well. They are going to satisfy that driver time. Diogo Pinto is back in the number 33.
Well, just shy. And these are where those split-second decisions prove so crucial. Red line, if the race had gone back fully dry, might have had an opportunity to bring the car back in, switch over to the dry tires, and put the driver back behind the wheel. But instead, it will be a lonely trip down pit lane as Eduardo Leo hands back over to his teammate. Diogo Pinto already back behind the wheel of the 33 and rolling off of pit lane. Reese, as our race leaders get ready to celebrate what could be a second win in a row, 3 consecutive pole positions, and 1 step closer to the championship lead.
Yeah, and the drive time shenanigans that Red Line have suffered from, I think, is a massive free kick to the Porsche Coanda 963 here. I've got to wonder what the championship points are going to look like coming out of this, because this could be the defining round of the season for this number 91 car, let alone round 1. What a journey they've been on.
And Diogo Pinto's actually just dropped behind Sean Campbell, so into 7th and on cold tires. 2 minutes left to go. He's not going to get a chance to respond and defend. The 34 is going to leave pit lane and might give up a podium. No, I think they'll hold on to their podium spot. The fiercely forward 11 is just a bit too far behind at this stage. And so Luke McEwen will bring the red line number 34 still into a podium position. Here comes the 91. Oh, Porsche Coanda's 963 crosses the line. 2 laps left to go. And let's take a look at the margin, Joey, that they're leaving there to the outside of turn 1.
I mean, by the time they reached the camera, it looked plenty clear, but I think over by the tire barrier was very, very close for this Porsche Coanda 91. Charlie Collins currently behind the wheel. He's going to have to get by Max Muir, who's actually currently in 5th place. So that bright green and black car, that Solpec car, is hanging out inside the top 5. It just puts it into perspective how fast these leaders have been today. Charlie Collins minimizing any sort of mistakes on the racetrack. There was a moment earlier that he wasn't necessarily the fastest. He let a couple cars by, but guess what? He ran his own race, and the race has come to this team.
Some big gainers always mean some big losers as well. And we'll talk about that briefly in our post-race coverage before we flip the script onto the next chapter, which is our GTD race at VIR. Countdown continues to tick away on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. There's a couple more corners, and then the white flag will fly. And Charlie Collins and Elvis Rankin will celebrate what could be a 2nd consecutive race victory. Don't want to get the champagne out just yet. We've seen many, many slip-ups just into turn 1 alone. But 2 miles left to hold on here on the streets of Long Beach. Porsche Coanda continue to lead with a 22-second advantage. The other team I want to give kudos to here, Reese, is Fiercely Forward, because let's not forget they've had a drive-through penalty as well. But they will finish 4th and get plenty of points heading into the final round of the championship.
Yeah, that's a massive recovery from the number 11, and it always impresses me when a team is able to recover like that from a penalty. You know, Long Beach has quite a long pit lane, so a drive-through penalty can often ruin your race here, but it's fantastic to see what Alex Nogue has managed to pull off in that particular car. So they will be well earned in that 4th position, as long as they can hold off the Solpec Virtual Mindset machine with Maximilian Muir at the wheel, only a couple of seconds behind them. So that's potentially worth keeping an eye out for. Bit of traffic for our leader here on the final lap, but he's got enough of an advantage here that I don't think he needs to push.
A race defined by strategy calls. Not often you see rain on the Golden Coast, but Long Beach has delivered a thriller, the first ever sprint race in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. And while it's from pole to victory, it was a very messy story in between. 75 minutes later, Porsche Coanda winners for the 3rd round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship, and if not for the slip-up in round 1, would be dominant championship leaders. A smile from both. You can see exactly what it means to them. Swinging through the final sector, a well-earned podium. Take a bow, Ivan Perez alongside of Carlos Fenalosa, provisionally 2nd on the board as donuts begin for our leaders, Joey, who now get ready to focus on Daytona in a couple of weeks' time.
This Porsche Coanda team is on an absolute roll. We talked about the round number 1 issues, but ever since then, they have executed perfectly in all qualifying sessions in every single race so far. Can anybody topple that Porsche Coanda team?
They are putting it together. We've seen the rest of the Porsche field, Solpec Precision in particular, be particularly strong. The Williams pair of entries maybe not showing their full potential by any means. Final couple of cars will cross the line. Team Redline do cross in 3rd. Luke McEwen and Eduardo Leo will be very relieved that a strategy hasn't cost them too much. And another team with a lot to celebrate. It's Fiercely Forward and then closely followed by Solpec Precision. 9 places and 13 places gained respectively. Reese, they endure the streets of Long Beach and get their worthy reward. As we dive into our GTP results, Porsche Coanda from Coucher, the 21-second gap between the two, all just down to that strategy call. Redline 3rd, Fiercely Forward then in 4th with Solpec Virtual Mindset and Grid and Go, the first car 1 lap down. BMW M Team Redline, an uncharacteristic strategy slip up from them, sees them drop down to 7th, just in front of the Channel 199 sim racing machine. BMW M Team BS Plus competition strategy not helping them enough, with plenty of contact in 9th, just in front of the Apex Racing team, whose alternate strategy saw them start on the wets, didn't quite pay off. Maniti 11th, Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast, our defending champions, finish in 12th, while Grid and Go's 2nd car is in 13th, just in front of the Maniti 78. Williams Gaming Club, CrowdStrike Racing, the used car lot sees Drago Racing there as well after a double podium to open up the season, with Solpec Precision, CrowdStrike and Shezha the top 20. Quick correction, Drago with 1 podium and 1 4th. Let's dive in to our Michelin move of the race, and in the rain, I mean, boy, some bold moves to say the least, given the conditions that we saw. But the 92 Acura, the Coucher team, on the hunt of BMW M Team Redline, squeeze onto EC side way and put the power down, and in the Rooster Tails, very limited visibility, commit under the brakes, and Joey, full commitment up the inside.
You love to see the perfect brake pedal pressure to prevent any sort of lockups in these tricky wet conditions. And it was that 92 Calcia team overtaking at turn number 9, maintaining that same position and ultimately claiming 2nd in today's race.
And so let's dive into our AMD post-race report, where hopefully we'll get a chance for the 2nd week in a row to catch up with our Porsche Coanda winners, standing by with Reese.
Yes, indeed. Elvis Rankin and Charlie Collins with us now. What a drive from the both of you. We'll start with Elvis, because you started the car in the dry, but you guys became aware pretty quickly that the rain was coming. You didn't spend much time in the car, but those dry laps really counted for a lot.
Yeah, for sure. We weren't planning for me to start. It was kind of a last minute call because we saw the rain coming, and Charlie had driven a bit more in the rain than I had. And then for me, it was kind of just trying to get to the minimum drive time, because we saw it was going to be pretty wet to the end. So it was just about keeping it on track until it was told, okay, you can come in. So then I was able to basically just survive and put Charlie in a place where he didn't have to pit again and he could push to the end.
Yeah, and speaking of that, Charlie, there were some doubts over how far you'd be able to get on the fuel tank, but those wet conditions certainly are helping you out there. And you're also obviously monitoring Redline as well, with the question marks over whether they'd met the minimum drive time. So a few things for you guys to focus on in that second stint.
Yeah, well, I think I have to say a big thank you to kind of the whole team behind us, Luke especially during that race, because he kind of gave me the confidence just to focus on my driving. Like, I've never been in a race where I've had to kind of focus so much just purely on the driving. So for me, I was honestly just thinking about getting around the track every lap. I think towards the end of the stint, I started to look at the gaps and ask about the race, but to be honest, I was just focusing on driving. That's everyone behind who was focusing on that stuff.
Well, with you guys finishing in the lead with Redline falling down the order later on, that is some massive championship points for the Porsche Coanda team, and great recovery continuing from round one at Road Atlanta. So congratulations, guys. Well done. Hopefully we'll be chatting to you again in a couple of weeks' time at Daytona.
Thanks, guys. Hopefully.
A nervous, hopefully, there from the Porsche Coanda drivers. And don't forget, the countdown to GTD continues to tick away. 75 minutes of racing complete, 75 minutes still left to come. You're watching the iRacing Esports Network and coverage of the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Today's coverage will continue at VIR, but let's take a look at some of the highlights first of what we saw on the streets of Long Beach. Started with some sunshine, but ominous cloud cover as Porsche Coanda led the field after turn number one. Bit of contact as they concertinaed through the opening lap, but for the most part, everyone navigating their way through safely until the rain began to arrive, at which point risk was the word of the day. How much risk did you want to take by staying out there on track? There's a couple of teams that risked it and found themselves very, very close to the wall, and in some case, overshooting the brake zone at turn one. The Drago Racing 69 was the first one to find out just how hard the tire bundles were on the exit of turn 9, while Gustavo Ariel, a bit of aggression, squeezed them. Then later in the turn 1 tire bundle. The scene of many an incident, but also the scene of the fight for the race lead on a couple of occasions. The most surprising incidents really did take place for that Williams Gaming Club Porsche, afflicted by the weather, all as Porsche Coanda once again, consecutive weeks where they find themselves on top. Today's coverage of the 2025 IMSA Esports Global Championship is brought to you by Michelin, the official tire of IMSA. Michelin is the exclusive tire provider for all classes of the WeatherTech Championship, Michelin Pilot Challenge, and VP Racing Sports Car Challenge Series. And by AMD. The AMD Ryzen 9 9950X 3D processors with second AMD Gen 3D V-Cache technology is now available for a massive gaming performance boost. And by VCO. Discover the format that never sleeps. VCO Infinity. 24 races in 24 hours. A 45-minute sprint with 5 different classes at 5 different tracks. Apply to be part of this unique Enduro Sprint at vco-infinity.com. And by iRacing Arcade. Wishlist iRacing Arcade today. Coming soon on Steam and consoles in early 2026. Well, that wraps up the first part of the doubleheader of the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Coming up next, let's make our way to VIR and with GTD machines.
So I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
I can hear your soul whispering, trumpets blowing in the distance. Been broken, couldn't keep me down. I'm back better than ever now. These are the moments that define us. Do we run or do we rise up? We're taking everything we're feeling, blowing through the ceiling. This is the story they remember. No peace, no surrender. You can't kill a legend, legends never die.
From the rainy streets of Long Beach to the rolling hills of the Virginia International Raceway, welcome to America's Motorsports Resort and the second part of the doubleheader. GTD gets center stage as we'll crown an overall GTD winner for the first time since 2022. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Reese Gardner and Joey Atterbury, and one electric race already in the books with championship implications. I think we've got a similar sort of case here, Reese, as well. Qualifying important, the field covered by just tenths of a second.
Yeah, it's crazy how close the GTD field is. The balance of performance incredibly close between the cars as well. But the question is, can Coanda in their Corvette duo of cars continue their fantastic run that they've had in the first two rounds?
They have locked out qualifying so far, including in the GTPs. We'll talk about that in a moment. But Joey, VIR, it's a flowing track.
It is going to be crazy packed too. The competitiveness level has cranked up a notch. I see the top 5 in qualifying all turned 143.0s. Top 5 within a tenth of a second.
It's wild, the level that is sim racing. Already, like I said, streets of Long Beach in the past, but the second part of our Super Sunday still to come here at the Virginia International Raceway. Recently updated on iRacing inside of the last couple of years with new curves, but maybe most sad and disappointingly, no oak tree. In a couple of weeks' time, after the Thanksgiving break, we put the classes back together at the Daytona International Speedway. Everyone knows it, the World Center of Racing, where the Rolex 24 will kick off the IMSA 2026 season in just under 70-odd days' time. But once again, let's dive into our track analysis and talk about this track in particular, because it's old school in nature, grass runoff, lots of elevation, and a real driver's favorite when you talk to the drivers that get to experience this race in the real world.
Absolutely. Virginia International Raceway, one of the original purpose-built sports car tracks in the United States. It popped up in the 1950s alongside Watkins Glen and Road America. Spent a few decades of closure from the 1970s to around about the turn of the millennium. Reopened in 2000 under its country club style business model, which has proven very lucrative and brought it back to the forefront of sports car racing in North America over the last 25 years. It's an incredible layout, super long back straight down Madison Avenue, big overtaking opportunities at Roller Coaster and down at Turn 1 at the Horseshoe as well. But I think the drivers are going to be keeping their eyes peeled for those flat-out S's.
And so who better to talk us through this wonderful track than a winner at the Michelin Pilot race earlier this year at VIR? It's Jaden Conright running us around in a GTD machine.
What's up, guys? Jaden Conright here, driver of the RVA Graphics Speed Syndicate Audi and Pilot Challenge, and with World Speed Motorsports this past year in Super Trofeo as well. Now I'm going to take you for a lap of Virginia International Raceway here in our BS Plus Hybrid M4 GT3 Evo. Alright, beginning the lap of VIR, heading down this not so straight front straight. Just trying to cut distance, stay somewhat tight to the white line, don't want to make the track longer than it needs to be. Eyes forward, aiming for just after the two board, right around depending on the tailwind. Get the car down, try to stay tight to this white line, feet on the power, try to keep it tight here on the exit, make this exit straight as possible. Super easy to lose the rear, especially on old tires. Heading into 3, try trying to float the speed, not kill it too much, but also it's very easy to lose the rear. Use all this extra runoff over. Take a break here in the 4, use all this curve on the left. Nice little short shift, all this curve on the right. Just struggling, trying to feed on this power and seeing him get as much speed as possible, heading up into the S's. Heading up into the S's here. It's actually fairly easy in a modern GT3 car with how much downforce that we make. Just nibbling a little bit of all the curves and then turning in slightly late, nibbling a bit of this curve here on the right so you're straight heading into 10. Brake, get off the brakes early, trying to float as much speed as possible, using all that downforce that we make. Braking just out to 2, down to 2nd gear into Oaktree, trying to float the speed but not roll too much so you can't get the cart tightened and have a nice straight, solid run onto this big back straight here. Give yourself a little minute to rest, kind of talk to your team perhaps, discuss strategy, decide if you're going to pit, look at your numbers, make sure everything's good, and get yourself set heading here into roller coaster. Braking just after the 1, nibbling a little bit of this curve on the left, and really making sure you get the nose down into this curve on the right. Helps with the rotation of the car, gives you a nice tight exit here, so you can run here, float off the throttle, really take a lot of this first curve, nibble a little bit of this curve on the right, make sure you get the nose and land the car in the pocket correctly so you can get the throttle as early as possible. And get yourself a nice run back onto the main straight and a nice setup for the best passing place on the track. But yeah, that's a lap of Virginia International Raceway.
And barely a moment for Jaden to breathe and walking us through that lap. Let's talk to you, though, about our AMD Pole Award, which has gone the way of the 150 Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team. That is the 102 Veloce car that we're watching on your screen in front of you right now. But the shiny red of Scuderia Ferrari, for the first time in the IMSA Esports Global Championship, will lead us from the front of the field and has a chance of winning the race overall. No prototypes to bully their way in and interrupt the flow of these sports cars. Let's dive into our AMD starting grid for our 75-minute sprint that lies ahead as the rain begins to fall at the Virginia International Raceway. Consecutive rain races here on Super Sunday. Daniel Lafuente, his 3rd race in the colors for Scuderia Ferrari, and he'll lead us from the front alongside of the Ford Mustang for Johan Harth and the Apex Racing team. Daniel Antunes makes it 2 Ferraris inside of the front 2 rows. Looks like Cody Deeth will take to the start, though, alongside of Benedict Vida for fiercely forward in the Lamborghini. Beck and Jasir and Williams Sim Racing Playseat were stranded on the opening lap at Sebring. They'll start inside of the front 6 alongside of Team Redline, while Ryan Barneveld, Marla Racing Team 3rd in points, fight from 7th alongside their sister car, BS Plus Turner. The best of the Coanda Corvettes is inside of Door Esports on the edge of the top 10 with some work for Tristan Iglesias to do, while David Toth, the Hungarian, and the Porsche for Shezza Esports has got Miguel Costa for company in the best of the Grid and Go Ford Mustangs. Xander Reed is in 13th, Raphael Renhofer is in 14th for Coanda and EMM respectively, while Mag Performance and the Additus Racing by WSR crews line up on the 8th row of the starting grid. Rodrigo Mies for Fiercely Forward has got our Michelin wildcard entry, CSM Esports, and Olivier Piatek looking slated to do the start of this race down in 18th spot. Thibaut Prévost for Drago Racing has got his teammate directly behind him, but Lucas Perez to his right-hand side. Lots of work for those Aston Martins to do. Isaac Price for the Visceral Lamborghini starts in 22nd. Sam Ward in the Team PGZ BMW that ran well at Road Atlantis alongside of the EMM Porsche all the way down on row number 12. And a couple more rows to work our way through. Apex Racing Team sub in Nikolai Peterson into the 191. That's alongside of the Aston Martin Aramco Esports crew. Rasmus Christensen buried deep in the field. Kevin Ellis Jr. will start in that 27th place for Virtus Pro, while Mercedes lock out of that 14th row. Winwood Esports on the right-hand side. World Sim Racing and Shezza, 29th and 30th respectively. For just 3 more teams round out this GTD contingent. Team PGZ, their 2nd BMW, has Altitude Freem for company alongside of Impulse. A range of teams disallowed from qualifying for a late change of driver lineup. And as we breathe for a moment again, very light rain has made its way from the west coast all the way to the Virginia International Raceway. Reese, looking at the radar though, this is a very different situation we find ourselves in. It's light rain, there's not much of it. Lots of this rain will be run under dry conditions.
Yeah, the rain is present, but it's falling in very light bands that are coming across the circuit from the west. As a result, most of the teams are starting on dry tyres, but a few very significant outliers. The Simufy Esports team in the 133 have gone for wets, so is the Virtus Pro 198 and the WSR 123. Those cars starting further back in the field from 20th, 27th and 29th respectively. So yeah, I'm not sure if that's the right decision, honestly. I don't think the rain is heavy enough to justify using wet tyres at all at this stage.
And the fact that we've got a huge gap between the bands of rain on our radar, looking like 30 minutes between them, that could be interesting as well. Once again, we've got Michelin keys to the race to talk about. So, Joey, it's time for me to cue you up and let you loose.
Yeah, and we are at VIR, so it is a completely different animal than what we saw just a moment ago at Long Beach. Time your pit strategy. How are you going to make that pit stop? We saw it kind of do a doozy for a lot of teams back there in the GTP race. Prepare for a boxing match. Trust me, folks, the fenders are going to come off of these cars. I bet you there's going to be some door banging, especially with how fast this racetrack is. And make sure to plant an oak tree. Thankfully, no lightning out here in the rain sort of conditions. And of course, we missed that oak tree all the way down here at turn number 12, where the cars are coming up to right now on their pace lap. Forever part of VIR that is no more.
And it's a shame. When I was there earlier this year for the Michelin GT weekend, I stood where the oak tree used to be, but I'm only 6'5", so I'm not big enough to cast a shadow down onto that part of the track as hard as I may have attempted. There is our Michelin wildcard. So excited to welcome CSM, the team based out of Indianapolis, Morgan Burkhardt, the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge driver, alongside of Olivier Piatek, who does plenty of racing in Spec Miata, but also in karting around the southeast as well. So West Virginia's Burkhardt paired up with the Atlanta native Olivier Piatek, and they, I'm in a Discord with Morgan and Olivier, and they sent a message after qualifying saying, I qualified 2/10 off and I'm in 18th position, but that's how competitive sim racing is. Welcome to the world of the IMSA Esports Global Championship, where hundreds and thousands split our field. Tenths of a second is a huge margin. Arjuna Kankipati joined alongside by Reese Gardner and Joey Atterbury. Our third and final race of Super Sunday. Our Thanksgiving weekend to come, and then our championship showdown on the high banks of Daytona at the World Center of Racing. The fourth IMSA Esports Global Champions will be crowned, but first, we've got to set the stage. For the very first time, the Scarlet leads us into the start zone. Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, Daniel Lafuente, Ole Steinbraten in control of the field. Let's go racing from VIR, and look at the jump inside of the Apex Ford Mustang. Daniel Antunes and Veloce Thrustmaster trying to poke their way through. There's an Aston Martin already off into the grass behind as we get onto the brakes for the first time, and there is some pushing and shoving. Veloce force their way through, fiercely forward, trying to hold on in front of the Williams Sim Racing Lamborghini as they slowly carve their way out into NASCAR Bend and towards the left hook. That Lamborghini for fiercely forward, out of line and losing spots, drops behind the mile of BMW, and this is where, Reese, you've got to get single file as you get towards the snake and up towards the S's as Scheger's Porsche goes wide.
Or just allowing that Coanda Corvette through. The two Coanda cars who have dominated the previous two rounds of the championship, starting a bit further back in the field this time, but one of their cars, the 118, is up a single position. The other one, meanwhile, trying its best to keep up as, oh, look at the snaps here over the curbs. Yes, the rain is here. It's not quite heavy enough for wet tires, but you still got to be so careful over the curbs and the white line here. It's crazy how little grip there can be, and it can often surprise you. Now the exit of Oak Tree. Who gets the best run down the straight?
And who plants the seeds early doors. Looked like Tristan Iglesias was trying to get to the inside of Andre Bristow for Mag Performance, and that's caused a bit of a check between 7th and 8th positions as we begin to climb up towards the roller coaster. And this, one of my favorite corners on the IMSA calendar. You roll up in a very compressed apex, then dive down through the hill. And this is where you really feel the full nature of elevation. Red line under pressure as Florian Lebiger has already grabbed a spot on the start of this race. It's Ryan Barneveld that now goes up and wide as they descend down out of Hogpen. Back to the line. 1 lap complete around this 3 and a bit mile circuit, the Virginia International Raceway. The radar, Joey, is indicating that the first band of rain has slowly passed over the surface of the track. The rain will start to dissipate, the track will start to dry, and the grip will start to increase.
And we'll get a good analyzation of performance as some argy-bargy is happening. Aston Martin getting down to the inside of one of the Lamborghinis into turn number 1. Look at how loose it was trying to put the power down. Turn number 1 and 2 at VIR. Just one really long right-hander, and then it feeds you into NASCAR Bend. Turn number 3 here. This Aston Martin is going to be put on the wrong side of the road as we jump up front here. Looks like there was a change of position, I believe, for what is 3rd place. I think Johan Harth in that Mustang now is sitting there. And it looks like Beckham Chassir is giving chase of this 3-pack, trying to stay in touch with the 2 Ferraris out front.
Purely not side by side up to the S's who blinks. Aston Martin or Mercedes as Martin Kadlecic in the Adidas Racing Mercedes that has to give up the ghost for the time being. Big gainers on the start. It's +8 for Mag Performance as that's another look up the inside as Beckham Chassir slides past Johan Harth, and the lights flash from Veloce Thrustmaster. Daniel Antunes is looking quick right now, and as ever, race control reviewing the start. Allegations that the pole sitter did not hold the pace car speed. That could lead to a penalty as we head back up to roller coaster. The Frenchman Florian Lebiger is tucked up behind Johan Harth, who makes a bit of contact with the American. Beckham Chassir gets shoved high and wide, and now contact to defending champions. 2 races in a row where they've been involved and stricken on the outside on that run down to Hogpen. Lebiger drops down the order crease.
Oh, no. You know, to think the highs that Redline were on at the end of last season, they came into this season as the defending champions, and it has not gone their way. It's such a shame. I'm sure Race Control are going to be reviewing that one as well, as I've just seen some pretty big news from Race Control. You were talking about those allegations about the start for the 150. Well, Race Control have slapped them.
And while Scuderia Ferrari, relatively new to the IMSA Esports Championship, Daniel Lafuente has made an uncharacteristic mistake. Virtus Pro and Kevin Ellis Jr. shoved high and wide. Remember, they did start on the wet tires. I don't think it's all going quite according to the plan for them. Meanwhile, back at the front, it is starting to check up here, as I think we might be seeing that Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team holding up those behind. And Antunes looks hungry. Johan Harth, now that he's back in front of Beckham Chassir, has closed that gap back up. As confirmation, 10 kilometers an hour over the pace speed, and also inconsistent, checking up the field slightly. Race Control very quick to review and come to their determination. Good exit through the final run onto the back stretch, though, as they skip on towards Madison Avenue. There are all sorts of different layouts here at VIR, including one that hooks off to the right as you come over the crest here. A corner name that if me, Reese, or Joey said on a broadcast, we'd get ourselves into trouble. But 3 laps now for Lafuente, Joey, to serve that penalty. And so within 3 laps, Daniel Antunes will get released, and I think he's going to be quick.
Oh, and a little bit of side-by-side here up at the top of roller coaster. Mustang versus the Porsche. And typically you want to be on the left side of the racetrack as we see the Mustang go for a ride. Just like we saw that team Redline Aston Martin just a lap ago. There's a couple areas at VIR which are pretty much no drive areas or serious danger areas, and that's definitely one of them. Coming down the hill, you want to be on the racing line, because if you get pushed out wide, it can be going for a very long ride. Same thing with coming out here onto the front straightaway. The Mercedes getting away with it.
And so I do believe that Windward Esport by Sensor Haptic have lost part of the front bumper now of the car, where it used to be white. There's now a black void as 2x2 we trickle through turn 1. The Redline Aston Martin back in the mix as Lebiger tries to recover from 26th position. He's inside of 3 wide and does make it work in towards NASCAR Bend. Now Signify have to give room to the Mercedes that follows suit. The Corvette for Scheger's there too. Now this is wild stuff. Daniel Ola stuffs it through. Benedict Vida recovering from his tumble down from the start of this race. Started this race up in 4th. Big drama for him. Back up towards the front of the field as Lafuente straddles the grass on the exit of South Bend. as they wrap back around through turn 12. Still a big wiggle. You could see Reese, he went out wide onto the AstroTurf. It cost him some momentum, and I think here comes Daniel Antunes. Sister cars, let's not forget, Scuderia Ferrari in partnership with Veloce. Will they choose to fight at the front as Beck and Jasir closes on Johan Hart as well?
Yeah, these two, no love lost between them. Very intense side-by-side moment down the back straight at the end of lap 1. Looks like Beckham making up a bit of time in the braking zone, but it's all about the exit of Hogpen at this circuit. An incredible racetrack that, you know, it was a real shame that it ended up being closed as long as it was. After, oh, there's the Ferrari 150 coming in for its big penalty. I mean, honestly, that kind of penalty is super brutal. I know that it's a reasonably long race, but to stop for 10 seconds really early on when you have yet to make your driver change and set yourself up for the end, it's going to be a really tough recovery for our pole-sitting car.
At least, unlike at Long Beach, though, they won't go a lap down. Although, having said that, they will be forced to return to pit lane later on in this race, at which point they will end up likely going a lap down, you'd assume, to the rest of the field. They will exit just behind the World Sim Racing Mercedes. The 3 cars, by the way, that started on wet tires are now running effectively at the tail end of the field. So it's dry enough that dry tires are very much faster. And we're not talking small margins here, Joey. Leader last time by did a 148.5. Best of the wet compound runners, a 155.7.
Yeah, so a good 7 seconds in change there. However, qualifying times were at 1:43.0. So you compare that to the race times. These drivers are having to manage these tricky wet conditions. That's about 5 seconds per lap slower. And trust me, folks, that is not just from having a full tank of gas out there. It is a wet and slippery VIR.
Don't forget iRacing.com/Black Friday. It's never been a better time to give the gift of iRacing. 25% off all early renewals and resubscriptions. 50% off all new memberships. A great exit in towards this final section out of the roller coaster. I can tell you that Tristan Iglesias has lost some ground. That is not ideal for one of the 2 Coanda Corvettes that has been oh so dominant to start this season off. That, though, is the 2nd place Corvette in the championship. It's not the championship leading 181 Reese, which is still nestled in 8th position in this GTD class.
Yeah, so a bit of a slow start for the Coanda cars, and for one of them it has gotten worse. So Felix Querbach in the BS Turner BMW there, tapping Iglesias and sending him around at roller coaster. Fortunately, it's quite expensive runoff areas at this circuit. Not that there's much grip out there on the grass and the wet, but avoided getting into the wall and will continue on without too much damage. Still, Coanda will certainly be hoping for better luck going forward as this fight for the lead continues. Johan Harv piling the pressure on Daniel Antunes. Beckham Jasir and Ryan Barneveld not too far behind, and Barneveld was the quickest of them all last time by.
And even though the opening round for the Mahler Racing Team BMW wasn't ideal, that 2nd race, Sebring, where they put the car up the field in qualifying, finished 3rd, has put them in championship contention. Bottom of your screen, by the way, as we keep our eye on the fight for the lead. Our Michelin wildcard, Olivier Piatek, is +9 so far today, and he is cooking. He's got Martin Kadlicic looking one way then the other as they begin the rise on the climb to roller coaster. I saw Gordon Scully, Morgan Burkhardt's teammate, in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. That news confirmed for 2026 a couple of days ago. Jumping into our chat to say hi, and Morgan should be into the car at some point in the back half of the race. So much action. Let's break out the triple box once again, and Daniel Antunes has opened up a bit of a gap through that final sector, actually. Johan Hart was flashing the headlights coming down Madison Avenue. Windshield wipers are still working hard, though, Joey, so it's by no means totally dry. Our driver's still working hard.
This lead group of 4, though, has done a terrific job to gap it out 4.5 seconds over this 2nd pack that you see battling for 5th place here in turns number 1 and 2. So the top 4 turning 147s. Everybody else in the field 148s, or maybe just a touch slower. It really is up to these front four to kind of duke it out for themselves right now. I bet you they're going to continue to play nice. You saw the Lamborghini try to make a move on that Mustang, and it separates them from that Ferrari out front. So the more you battle amongst the other competitors, the more you're going to see that number 102 car start to skate away. But conditions still very slippery. You see the moisture on the racetrack. These drivers still managing their overall pace.
Well, one thing's going to change at the front pretty quickly, and that is a penalty for Williams Sim Racing Placey. It was contact with Team Redline. I was kind of expecting that as a bit of a slam and dunk, and indeed, Beckham Jasir will be pit lane bound in the next 3 laps for a drive-through penalty. And that's going to promote the Marla Racing team back up now into a 3rd position, which championship points-wise, I'm not going to commit to anything. I don't have my IMSA abacus in front of me, but championship lead is definitely coming down to the 181, still buried down in 8th position. Just behind that, by the way, Martin Kadlicic is now in front of Olivier Piatek with the EMM Lamborghini. Raphael Renhofer on the case. Nicholas Rubelar in the highest place of the Aston Martins, then the white Strago racing machine is in front of that gorgeous Door Esports Ford Mustang, a white, pink sort of dual livery sort of going on, not the traditional Door Esports colors, but very nice to see. Okay, we have officially now crossed 13 minutes complete, which does mean, Reese, if any of these teams want to come down to pit lane, they can put enough fuel to get to the end of the race, and they've also satisfied the minimum drive time.
Exactly. These GTDs certainly can go a bit longer in terms of distance or time than the GTPs, as 14th now for Coanda 118 is able to keep the fiercely forward silver car behind him for just the moment. The second of the Apex Racing Team Mustangs not too far behind. Tristan Iglesias in that Corvette making short work of moving his way back into some clear air. Let's hope that he can catch up to that pack in front of them without too much extra trouble. It's looking like a relative gap of about 5 seconds that he needs to make up. Meanwhile, the CSM Esports car, we were singing their praises just a few moments ago, but unfortunately, Race Control have given them a little rap on the knuckles. There's going to be a drive-through penalty coming their way.
And that was contact with the Door Esports Ford Mustang, so Olivier Piatek going to get slightly pegged back as a result of that. Closing on first 15 minutes complete, and the weather radar is trending in a very dry direction right now. There's a very small band of rain that's slowly disappearing. Right on cue, our iRacing production team reads my mind. So look at the left side of that radar. What starts as a relatively big cell slowly is going to shrink in size as it nears the track. And that means, I think, for the drivers that started on the wet compound of tire, it's a gamble that will not pay dividends. And so that's why, going back to drive time, Virtus Pro have already come into pit lane, changed onto the dry compound of tires. But more importantly, Joey, it's Kevin Ellis Jr. out, Dara McCormack in, as the second Ford Mustang for the Apex Racing team tries to get to the inside of a car with a bit of damage. The fiercely forward Porsche with some front end pushing in on that bumper has the inside line into NASCAR Bend.
Yeah, usually the inside line can prevail, but look at the Mustang try to do the over-under. He's got the nose to the inside, but not a big enough lunge there into turn number 4 and 5. Look at him just behind, too wide between the BMW and the Porsche as they stack up through the snake section here at VIR and accelerate your way to my favorite part of the racetrack, the climbing S's, riding on board here with the 169. I bet you these GT cars are still going to be flat out through this section. They make enough grip that even in this rain sort of slippery racetrack, they kind of glue themselves down to the road as you see this battle between the Mustang and the Lamborghini in front starting to heat up a little bit, and the train behind, elbows out between, I believe that was the Aston and one of the Porsches going through Oak Tree.
And so I'm expecting Williams Sim Racing Placey into pit lane this time by to serve that penalty. Piatek has a couple more laps to go. The run up to roller coaster, all back into one line. Felix Kornbach holds off Xander Reed, who's going to try and chop back underneath into turn 16. This is setting up into Hogpen to really put him in a vulnerable position. And guess what? Martin Kadlicic saw that gap, and the championship leaders lose out as a result. However, one more black flag coming through, this time for the 111 fiercely forward. Race control busy. Kadlec is a great exit down through that final sequence, and he'll get 2 for 1 on this main straightaway. Blast past BS Turner as well, as Kronbach looks in the right mirror, and now Xander Reed is right alongside once again. But inside line into NASCAR Bend should be enough for the BMW to hold on for the time being, as unsafe rejoin for this 111, which qualified pretty well. It's going from bad to worse, unfortunately, Reese, as that is the second of the Apex Mustangs. Nikolai Peterson slips off at turn 1.
Yeah, in much the same manner that Benedict Vida did towards the start of the race that resulted in that unsafe rejoin. I went back to take a look at that, and yeah, the other car had to take some serious avoiding action onto the grass. We're going to see exactly what happened here to the Mustang around the outside of the fiercely forward Porsche through the horseshoe, but unfortunately inducing a bit of understeer, catching the edge of the racetrack, and in wet conditions you certainly don't want to do that. It wouldn't have been much better in the dry.
Yeah, the track is slightly cambered off as well, the crown in the road as you were, and so when you get off to that part, it's always sucking you into the grass. And unfortunate, I've also just seen that the Simufy 133 Porsche has been into pit lane, doing their driver change and throwing some dry tires onto the car as well. Dennis Grabowski in the Altitude Free Esports 121, they've also lost a whole bunch of ground on this lap, so a couple of incidents starting to play their part. But now with the Lamborghini removed from the front of the field, Beckham Jasir serving the penalty for Williams Sim Racing Placey. It's Veloce Thrustmaster from the Apex Racing team, and then Marla 1, 2, 3, as there's a bit of gap growing between them. Then Grid and Go in their Ford Mustang sit 4th. Andre Bristow is 5th, and then the Adidas Racing Mercedes just in front of BS Turner, who race control continuing to be busy here now. Joey, the next race control decision, it is a drive-through penalty for BS plus Turner for contact with the Coanda 118.
I mean, when we were talking about the keys to the race, I think it was going to be an elbows out sort of deal, and it's already proven that. I mean, we're, what, 10, 11 laps into it, and like you said, race control has been very, very busy. The latest victim, this number 196 BS plus Turner car, is going to have to bring it down for a drive-through penalty, so that'll hand 7th place over to Xander Reed, that Corvette giving chase right now in that Coanda Esports number 181. Having himself a good day, up 5, about to be up 6 positions, even after getting kind of elbowed out of the way a little while ago.
Back up the road to 2nd, where no elbowing happening here, fortunately. Still enough separation between the race-leading Veloce Thrustmaster 102 and the Apex Racing 199 behind them. There was actually a bit of an update to the championship standings that involved the 102. The drive time calculation reran for the opening round of the championship, and they were 2 minutes shy of their minimum drive time, and so they got effectively shoved to the back of the class and have now dropped down the championship standings quite significantly as well. On the other hand, you look at this Apex Racing team, former champions of this GTD class, let's not forget as well. But this car is 5th in the points right now. There are a good 200 points, though, off of the race-leading Coanda, or rather championship-leading Coanda Esports 181. This good result is really going to shrink the gap between them, you'd have to think. I think what we're also seeing right now is the drying track developing. And so we'll take a look at some drama, and then we'll get back to how dry the track is. Reese, talk us through what's going to happen here.
Yeah, so keep an eye on the Drago Aston Martin here that goes way too deep. Ricardo Rico spinning Rodrigo Mies around, and then that involves the 114 PGZ BMW, who ended up going all the way out into the weeds to get back onto the racetrack. They basically just completely cut from roller coaster to hog pen, so they had a massive slowdown to serve, and now back in 18th place. So fair bit of drama. Once again, as is usually the case at VIR, roller coaster is the center of that drama.
And this year we had plenty of drama there in the real world, no least the fiery moment for Danny Formal, who fortunately steps out of the flame-stricken Lamborghini Huracan GT3 with just minor burns and a new nickname You know how it is in race teams. You don't pick your nicknames, it's given to you. Danny Formal, now known as S'more. It's a great nickname in my opinion. Thought I'd drop that point in there. Joey, back to the track itself. We're seeing the times drop. We're within about a second of our qualifying times, and we're starting to see who's a bit stronger in these drier conditions.
It's the drivers kind of tiptoeing their way and figuring out where the grip is. So when we started this race off, they were doing about 147s, 148s. Now they've dropped down into the 143s, and for reference, they qualified at a 143. Look at this battle for what is 5th place on the racetrack. I think that was Xander Reed trying to look down the inside of that 151. But we have some gaps between 2nd and 3rd, 3rd and 4th, 4th and 5th, and so they're developing on the racetrack, and it's purely from which drivers have found that extra grip from the dry conditions versus which ones are still kind of tiptoeing around thinking it's still slippery.
Your leader, by the way, is in the rearview mirror of Virtus Pro, the 198 Mercedes that was running very strongly at Sebring before some contact in the closing stages. But because Virtus Pro came in slightly earlier than Simufy to take off the wet compounded tire, they have at least not dropped off the leading lap for the time being. Right as I say that, leader makes their way through on the timing. Back up towards the Oak Tree corner as Mag Performance, who had a rocket of a start, 9 positions gained from where they started, taking advantage of some of the chaos in front of them. The championship leaders are going to look around the outside, and this is a precarious place to put yourself in, and Xander Reed is very conscious of that. He gets forced out of the line. Here comes the Lamborghini. Rafael Renhofer in the Esports machine, and the Aston Martin for Drago Racing, and Nicholas Rubeloff thought about a sniff of it as well, but as they head down out of Hogpen, back up towards the line, Xander Reed holds on to 7th, Reese.
Yes, but has lost out a little bit to Andrea Bristow and the Mag Performance car ahead. There's now about half a second or so between them, and Xander might have to think about another method of getting past that Ferrari, because the outside of Roller Coaster, it is possible to make a move around the outside there, but I think only when the track is bone dry. When you're dealing with a sort of kind of damp track as they're dealing with at the moment, the racing line is where you want to be to make a move like that, and that's going to require a lot of forethought, a lot of planning if he wants to make the move at Roller Coaster, which is probably the most obvious opportunity around here. Maybe another opportunity will present itself.
So as we check back in with your leaders, it's a very different sort of a race that's unfolding here, because effectively, you need to put 10 extra minutes of fuel into the car. That's going to take you no longer than 10 seconds or so, but the driver change is going to take you 30 seconds. So are you going to undercut? Are you going to overcut? That was one of our Michelin keys to the race. And now that it's looking like a bone dry 50 minutes to the checkered flag, that decision becomes even more crucial. And Joey, unlike at Long Beach, where pitting and deciding to do something different puts you within the danger zone, you're 10 seconds in front of the leaders when you come out of pit lane, so you're in danger of going a lap down with the cold tires in GTP. Here, the long lap at the Virginia International Raceway, no such concerns if you come in and pit slightly early as another drive-through penalty. Pit lane busy with these penalties. It's PGZ in the 114.
Yeah, this is the 114 car getting that drive-through penalty, of course, with contact. That 169 out there, so focus our fight back up front here between our two leaders, Atunez as well as Harth, the Ferrari versus the Mustang out here on the racetrack. And you were talking a little bit about strategy, and in the GTP race, it was more the management of the grip, right? Talking to the driver, if you're that, call it car chief, team manager, saying, do we need to get you in on the wet tires right now just for the performance level? But you're right, here at VIR, totally different weather conditions. I know we see the moisture on the racetrack, but trust me, these are dry conditions when it comes to the lap time. I think it's going to come down to the strategy of burning all the fuel off as much as possible, your standard strategy.
Vince Cusi in the iRacing YouTube chat points out that they probably started on less than full fuel. Still will be stationary for that 30-second drive time. Let's not forget. Our driver change time, 151. In towards turn 3 at NASCAR Bend. Overcooks it. The rear tries to step out on him. And Oh, Reese, good car control to bring it back into line and avoid losing any more positions. As for the race lead, Harth thought about it and then had to back out at the roller coaster.
Yeah, Johan Harth's pace has really come in leaps and bounds as the tracks continue to dry out. His last lap was the fastest of the race, 143.1. Gotta wonder if this is the lap where they're going to break into the 142 bracket in terms of lap time. Across the line they will come, and it looks like not quite yet. A little bit of time lost to their ultimate pace, but you get the feeling that Johan Harth is just biding his time here. He's clearly got a couple of tenths in hand over Daniel Antunes. The question is, when do you deploy that? Is he going to go for the undercut potentially and make the move during the pit cycle?
So I'm looking at the timing right now. The train right now extends effectively 43 seconds deep. If a full service costs you just over 55 seconds, slightly shorter pit stop time, obviously, then I do feel as though there's a window to drop yourself into some clean air. We're not talking about fuel saving. It's just pedal to the metal and push. Don't forget to learn more information about the series. Head to iRacing.com/IMSA-esports. These teams either qualified by winning one of the broadcast splits of the VCO Grand Slams, or as defending champions from last year's series, or the third route, the iRacing Time Attack Qualifiers, open to anybody, regardless of your I rating. Don't need a higher I rating to score more championship points. It just comes down to the lap time. Be fast and be in. Sounds simple. It's anything but. And we had just over 100,000 laps set across of the 6 or 7 days of Time Attack Qualifiers that we had. Lots and lots of laps punched in around the Sebring International Raceway. Very calm demeanors on both sides here as they continue to run at the front of the field. The lap time, a really good one from Antunes last time by. Fastest lap of the race, or it would have been if he hadn't pushed the limits of the track just that little bit, Joey. We may talk about VIR as being a place where there's plenty of runoff. It's also a place where if you know how to take advantage, you can take some gain from pushing the limits of the track.
And it has been widened over the recent years, so there's lots of extra runoff beyond some of these exit curbs that the drivers really start to push those limits. And you're right, from both of our leaders, that last time a 143.0, that is as fast as they qualified out here. So pretty interesting. And something else that we really haven't mentioned, you kind of mentioned it with the strategy in the pit stops. Because of the driver change, they're going to be pretty much stationary for 30 seconds. But it also kind of gives a different feel to this race because fuel saving, not really an issue, right? Because the driver change is going to take longer than how much fuel they put in the car. I think these drivers are going to be a little bit more aggressive today.
Always great to look at the different angles that the drivers have set themselves up in. This looks to be a lot more of a sort of formula-style seating position where he's leaning back a little bit more. The feet might be a little bit higher as well, whereas a lot of other people will be in a lot more of a traditional GT-style setup, if you will.
I was noticing a long stretch, a long arm reach on this sim setup out here. And typically with the force feedback cranked like that, got to use those big muscles.
Well, and there's certain cars, as a enjoyer of the Indy cars on iRacing, that have no power steering, and boy, do you feel them on those direct drive wheels. To the outside pops the Mustang. You're never going to try the crisscross in dry conditions here unless the other team makes a egregious overcommitment into the opening corner and through the horseshoe. Still in front for the time being, trying to cut back out through turn 3 at NASCAR Bend, but a bit optimistic from Johan Harth, but slowly working on the back of that Ferrari. Some moves further back is Door Esports Reese trying to find their way to the inside in this opening sector.
Yeah, running up behind the Drago 168 of Nicolas Rubilar there, and I get the feeling they're going to be involved a bit more with these two cars ahead. Renhofer and Bristow in those two cars ahead, certainly pushing the limits. The next car to come under the thumb of race control is the Jezza Esport machine. Contact with the 148 machine, and that is Can't quite find it in my timing at the moment, but yet another car that has come under the auspices of race control in a race that has turned out to be a bit of a biff and barge fest, especially in the midfield. These leaders far away from all of that drama. They've just got each other to race against.
Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at these green and red arrows. There's at least 4 drivers and teams that are up double-digit positions in this race. Equally, match that with 4 or 5 teams double-digit positions lost as the lights flashing through traffic. Daniel Antunes is wanting to work past, I think, the fiercely forward Lamborghini sooner rather than later. Back out as they climb towards the start-finish line. Nearing the pit stop sequence for these teams, you'd think. It's the race behind 7th. The EMM Lamborghini leads the queue. Andre Bristow, who's going to be racing Porsche Super Cup next year in full medal action, has to cover off the move from Nicolas Rubelar with Lewis Woods tucked up behind them. A little bit of damage, of course, on the Ferrari from Mag Performance, as reported by the other driver, Gabriel Moretto. And now a little bit of an advantage in through this opening sector. Joey, from a driver's perspective, when you're at a track like this, which is so single-grooved, and there's only a few passing opportunities, what's it like in a big field of GT cars trying to plan out your moves to get up the field?
A lot of it can be patience. A lot of it can be yelling on the radio. But especially in the situation of down there in turn number 1, I thought that Ferrari, a little bit of a reactionary move when Rubelar definitely took a look down to the inside, talking about that Aston Martin. So when you're stuck in a train like this, the performance levels are so similar. It's not often that you're going to get this huge run out onto the straightaway and be able to make the passes. A lot of times the passes come from others' mistakes. So if you can maybe push that car that's in front of you just off of the racing line, try to capitalize on some over-unders. It might not even happen in just one corner. It might be setting up at turn number 1 and then actually making the pass over in turn number 4. So oftentimes it's not as straightforward as just outbraking your competitor.
Well, let's take in the sights and sounds of this rolling Virginia International Raceway. Drink in America's motorsport resort in iRacing Full Throttle. Well, as the rain re-arrives at the Virginia International Raceway, EMM Esports become the latest victims of race control. A bump draft to the 101 explicitly against the rule set, and they will trundle down. However, I believe another team into pit lane, but this is strategy. CSM Esports and our Michelin wildcard. Olivier Piatek's going to get out. Morgan Burkhart's going to jump in just as a narrow sliver of rain has re-emerged in The iRacing weather system, Joey, the dynamic nature of this weather system means there's no relaxing, no time for these teams to rest on their laurels. They've got to keep an eye on that weather radar at all times.
And this is an interesting point in the race for this to happen, right? I do feel like the pit stop window is open. You look at the clock, about 38 minutes left. That's pretty much smack halfway in this race. If I were calling strategy, I would leave this starting driver in until this rain band completely clears and then put your final driver in, so that way they only have one condition out there on the racetrack, and hopefully it's going to be dry. Leave these first round drivers in that have already seen the racetrack go from wet to dry, and then now it's going to be going back to wet. They know those conditions.
And just a reminder of our race format, the 75-minute sprint with a 10-minute minimum drive time really opens up the race. You've got to pit somewhere after the first 10 minutes, but before the end of those last 10 minutes. It sounds simple, but I think what CSM are trying to do here is get a bit of an undercut, find some clean air, avoid these fights which continue to brew and develop. Rubilar looks the long way around and then tries the crisscross. Bristow's overcommitted and left that door wide open and ajar, sliding on through. The Aston Martin has picked the pocket. Bristow's going to try and fight back here, but through the double left-hander, it's a bit too tight to make that work. And as Rubilar controls the rear end of the car, Bristow shoves his nose up the inside, a hip and shoulder argy-bargy move. And now will Door Esports get a chance to make their move here? Lewis Woods, no chance for him on the run up towards the S's, and they stay as they were, Reese, at exiting turn number 1.
Oh, yeah. I saw Rubilar going for that sort of narrow line into NASCAR bend to try and cover off the Mag Performance Ferrari, and I thought, surely not. That's going to result in a lot of speed deficit on the exit. Yeah, honestly, good on them to actually keep that battle going, because I don't think many drivers will be able to maintain side by side through the left and right hooks there. For the moment, the Aston Martin seems to have a stable rear end underneath it, as it seems that band of rain is just about to pass. It's only going to be a light sprinkling on the racetrack. Shouldn't be too much change to the conditions out there.
And Morgan Burkhardt was hoping for rain. He's been given the chance to jump into the car in these transition moments, which sometimes we'd argue is not the ideal situation, but the best rise to the challenge. The Virginia International Raceway, just over the border of North Carolina, actually. It's about 2 miles north of that border. If you stay in Danville, on the drive to the track, you cross back and forth in and out of North Carolina, back into Virginia about 3 or 4 different times. It's a very unique facility, and Connie Nyholm and the entire team have done such a fantastic job to really keep it as a jewel on the IMSA calendar. That is the race lead. A bit of a nervy moment for Daniel Antunes. Now Johan Haas surely does not think that the S's is the place to make his move. He'll stick his nose there. Neither driver wants to lift. And as they climb the hill to the highest point on the track, the Ford Mustang almost gets pushed out into the grass, and the Veloce Ferrari just about holds on.
I'm really surprised that Hearth pushed the issue into the S's. Now, it's, of course, if you've got to run, you got to try to take advantage. However, the left side into the S's is a severe danger area, especially if there's any sort of contact. You see our leader in that Veloce Thrustmaster Ferrari flashing the lights, because look at what is ahead of our leaders. A whole lot of lap traffic, not just one car. I see 3 cars directly in front of our leader.
And if there's no prototype traffic to interrupt proceedings, well, let's add some GTD traffic instead, shall we? That's the Aston Martin Aramco Esports crew. Ruben Paulino, after getting tangled up on the initial start of the race, you will see the leaders exit stage right. And so pit stops for both. Johan Hart's going to get out and be handing the car over to his teammate and to be given the responsibility of pushing to the end. The German Luca Kita is well up to that challenge. However, Reese, the Australian Cody Deeth, we know just how quick he can be. He's got the hopes of Veloce resting on his shoulders.
Oh, for sure he has. Very interested to see what Deeth can do there. And a question of how long the pit stops are going to take. Yes, the driver swap time is 30 seconds, but An infinite amount of things can go wrong during a pit stop, both in real life and in the sim. He is hoping that they have a nice smooth run through there. I'm sure that Deeth is going to be right on the attack. He would have been fed information about what the conditions were like, whether or not you can expect traffic on the exit. They are both away, and it looks like Veloce has gotten out in front with a pit stop time 0.4 of a second faster than Apex.
And I mean, we're talking very small margins here. Track position is crucial. We've seen just how difficult it has been for Hart to make the move. So new drivers now on display, waiting for the Marla Racing team, Ryan Barneveld, to make his way down pit lane. The two behind him are lapped cars. He's actually got a 4-second gap back to Miguel Costa in the Grid and Go Ford Mustang that is now second on the track. Behind him, it's the Lamborghini for Fiercely Forward and the Virtus Pro Mercedes fighting for what is 29th on track right now. All 33 of our GTD contenders as we close on 45 minutes complete. Still out there on track here at the Virginia International Raceway, and has 24 laps. Emptied the fuel tank for the Marla Racing team. The answer is no. They'll go one lap longer here, Joey, and every lap they go, it's not really doing that much for them in the grand scheme of things, because again, we are knowing that 30 seconds stationary for the driver change is what everyone will end up doing.
Correct. So call it 30 seconds for that pit stop time. So you can't save fuel. You can't burn extra fuel. It is just going to come down to that driver change time. So it looks like this is a little bit of a battle further back. This is the Veloce car under threat from the number 190. Remember, Veloce just came into pit lane. Here comes the Porsche on some fresh tires. Pushing the issue around the outside, is actually going to claim what is 11th place position out there on the racetrack. And then here comes that Mustang. Remember, it was the Ferrari versus the Mustang for the overall lead of this race. Seems like they are still together at the bumper.
You know, Luca Kita could have had a lob there, and there would have been no questions if that was fair or not. He was close enough to get alongside, but he thought better of it, and that's the racecraft that comes into the forefront in these situations, knowing when to go for that move. And Daniel Antunes handing over to Cody Deeth has now got to watch very, very nervously to see if Cody can defend in the same way. Realistically, though, we talked about our Michelin keys to the race, planting that oak tree, coming out of turn 12 onto Madison Avenue. And for the most part, that Ferrari has been able to do so. It's got just enough of that mid-corner speed to get onto its power. Even sometimes when it runs wide onto the AstroTurf, the slippery AstroTurf as well, just enough to hold on. A pair of Aston Martins fight, and credit to Team Redline and Florian Lebigra as they try and recover. We'll see how this shapes up for them. Might be in this time by Reese, because here comes the Marla Racing team. Does look as though Grid and Go, though, staying out and take over the lead of the race.
Right, so Miguel Costa's going to make at least one more circuit around VIR there. Keep an eye on the Marla BMW as Ryan Barneveld hands over to Reina Talvar. And where are they going to come out relative to these guys is the big question. I've also got eyes on the Coanda 181, who's just completed their pit stop a lap ago. Alejandro Sanchez now in the car. He came out about 7 seconds behind our effective race leaders in Apex and Veloce. That gap has extended a little bit. So I think in the short term, they are not going to have much to fight for there. But now Talvar is out, just in time for the pole-sitting Ferrari HP Esports 150 to make their scheduled stop. And have a look at this. He's come out just ahead of the leaders, and he's mixing it up.
And he won't be able to hold off Luca Kita there, but it's now 3 in contention. And this is all down to just how the sequence is executed. By no means, Joey, was that BMW quicker on its in-lap, on its out-lap, but what it is now going to have to do, get the tires fired up pretty quickly and avoid losing the draft, which is in danger of doing so.
Spot on. It was about 3 seconds, maybe just over 3 seconds when they came in. And check out the Coanda Corvette duking it out with one of these Mercedes a little bit back here. I think this is the fight for 12th. Alex Sanchez has hopped into that number 181 car, so he is going to be taking this thing to the finish line. And then I believe That was one of the other Mercedes starting to give chase a little bit further back here. But I was going to point out Ryan Barneveld in that BMW. Yes, the BMW, the Molly BMW, is going to have to warm up their tires, but he did such a tremendous job at Road Atlanta to come back after that penalty. You highlighted their successes at Sebring, and then here at VIR, they're definitely on a roll. So that 110, I don't want to consider them kind of the dark horse of this GTD class, but they have been improving every single race.
And especially given that the Coanda Esports crew are probably going to lose some of that championship lead headed into the final round of the season, there is no guarantee at this point that the Coanda duo of Corvettes will have a comfortable buffer. And they will need to finish well to guarantee the championship if things continue. I think Virtus Pro, by the way, have just picked up a penalty on pit lane because Dara McCormack only stationary for about 8.5 seconds, but maybe speeding, and has been flagged for that. Back into turn one. That Marla Racing machine now 3 seconds adrift of these two, so took a while for the tires to fire up, Reese, and it's really cost them big.
Yeah, I think maybe a big part of them, being able to mix it up with these two was the relative differences in weight of the cars. Obviously it's only a small amount of fuel that you need in a race like this, especially in GTD, but those extra few kilos can certainly make the difference. And when you come into the pits, obviously the tires, you're not changing them, but they are cooling down. And when you come back out onto a still kind of damp racetrack, that can really hurt your lap time. So yeah, getting used to the car, used to the conditions, it means that they have dropped off the effective race lead now. And finally, Nicolas Rubilar brings the Drago 168 into the pit lane. I would expect that Labigra, Ricardo Rico, Yoni Katila and Daniel Ola, the cars following, will also make their way in. Yep, there's Redline and the second Drago Aston Martin.
One does extend. So Visceral Esports have extended to a 28th lap. Now, we can't quite tell from the information we have in front of us whether that is them A, saving a great deal of fuel, or B, putting in a bit more fuel at the start of this race and running a heavier car. These are all those little nuances that makes these sort of races so unique. But it's just two left now to trundle down pit lane for the one and only pit stop that they are required to make today. Very different story for the Michelin 240 at Daytona on December the 7th. Action to kick off at 2 p.m. Eastern. Countdown to Green presented by Michelin. About 15 minutes before that, as we fly our way into the Sunshine State for our fourth and final round of the season. That was a look once again from Luca Kita. So it looks as though there's a couple of places, Joey, where this Ford Mustang is great, but it's just not close enough to really make it count just yet.
He has been hounding the back end of this Ferrari ever since he got in the car, and it wasn't just the 199 of Luca Kita. Remember, it was his teammate Johan Hart as well. So I do feel like this Mustang may be just a touch faster than the Ferrari at this stage, but we also got to remember it's benefiting from the slipstream, so that Ferrari punching a hole in the air and the Mustang essentially gets to follow its way through. But there's also the dirty air to think about. The Mustang, though, half a car length back from the Veloce Thrustmaster car out onto the back straightaway. This could be the slipstream. Let's see how slippery this Ferrari is.
But we've still got 25 minutes to go, and I think it's early to force the issue. It's a narrow climb up to the roller coaster, and you're never really going to be able to work around the outside unless you're bold, unless you get some help. And Cody Deeth looks calm as you can be, absorbing all this pressure as Cheza Esports head off to pit lane. It's now just Visceral Esports and Yoni Katila that have yet to make their trip down onto the pit lane here at the Virginia International Raceway. Good exit here. This is a chance. If Luca Kita continues to sniff as a dive under the brakes, forces Deeth to cover the inside, and eventually, thought about lunging late. This is starting to build. It's starting to get intense, and Reese, the gap back to the rest of the chasing pack is around 4 and a bit seconds, so I think they realize they can afford to fight a little bit now. As a big lob up the inside, the Mercedes, that Adidas Racing grain highlighter yellow machine, pops to the inside of the white Drago Racing Aston Martin, which is trying to get its tires warmed up straight out of pit lane.
Yeah, this is tough trying to warm up your tires in an angry pack like this. The Coanda 181 at the front of this pack, the championship leading car coming into this round. It looks like they're not going to continue their run of podiums, those Coanda machines, but all the same, they are involved in this thrilling fight for P6, I guess now P7, as Sanchez can get some good times in and check out from these guys. Thibaut Prévost has taken over the Drago 168. Lucas Prada in the Adidas Racing machine, and he's got to keep an eye out for William Chadwick behind as well in the EMM Lamborghini. Speaking of Lamborghini, Visceral Esports, another team driving that car, the last of everyone to jump in for their scheduled pit stop. The field is cleansed.
And so as Isaac Price takes over, he might even remember the last time that we had a World Championship race on Virginia International Raceway. The last one that I had remembered was back in 2013 or so in the old Grand Prix World Championship days, but apparently there have been 2 more since then, so maybe a full decade or so since the last major iRacing esports competition at what is a beautiful track, and track now updated with all the modern glories of the iRacing graphics engine as well. Gap has opened back up through this opening sector, so Cody Deeth has found a bit more speed to wind through that Ferrari as they hold the gap steady to third behind. The Coanda Esports 181, our championship leaders, we were trying to do the math and break out our abacus. Well, through the pit stop sequence, Joey, they have climbed their way up into 5th spot right now. They qualified down in 13th, and they are putting some great points on the board with Thibaut Prévost on the chase right behind.
Yeah, that 181 is doing a terrific job, and of course, remember, Black Friday is happening right now, so you get 50% off all new memberships. If you've been thinking about trying iRacing, there is no better time than to do it right now. This is the best deal all year long, and of course, if you're already a member, go ahead and renew. 25% off as we catch on board here the 168. This is one of the Aston Martins, the Drago racing car, currently holding off a train of cars. I see a Mercedes, Lamborghini, Ferrari, all giving chase. And of course, that Mustang is about 4.5 seconds up the road in front of the 181. So this is going to be a good pack. Look at that drafting battle. It's going to come down to a braking duel between the Lamborghini and the Mercedes. Typically, the car on driver's right is going to prevail through roller coaster. Oh. And sure enough, a little bit of contact there between the front and rear end, but thankfully doesn't upset the Mercedes.
And Mag Performance not able to take advantage. Gabriel Moretto hopefully has a bit of that damage that was reported from the team fixed up after jumping in place of Andre Bristow. This is slightly now clear of Door Esports in the Mustang, who did lose out through that pit stop window. You can see them just coming through the shop as through turn 1. And Mercedes rather, gets a bit of a wiggle, putting that power down. The long front end of that Mercedes as well. It's very much on a bit of a pendulum, but once you master the balance, you really can find lots of speed from a car that is a couple of years away from potentially being replaced by a new Mercedes GT3 contender. Back towards Luca Kita, who sees the slip into the grass. Not a chance for Cody Deeth to leave a door open on the right-hander of 11, tucked back out through 12, where the oak tree used to leave its shadow. And again, the Mustang not close enough to use the draft to get the run down this main back straightaway, Joey, and make anything happen.
I think we're seeing just 2 different setup cars. That Ferrari, very fast in a straight line, which I love to have as a race car, right? You put your right foot down and pretty much don't have to worry about anything in that rear view mirror. However, the Mustang, look at how much it closes up on entry and can roll the speed through the apex. So I think the Ferrari maybe just has a little bit more legs on the straightaway. The Mustang a little bit faster in the corners. A great battle to watch.
And the sun is continuing to set on our Super Sunday. 20 minutes now left to go in this third round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Short time remaining. Everyone has pitted. I'm pretty sure in this race there's no drive time worries as we had with the GTP contenders, where of course Team Redline had to come back in for that Extra pit stop at the end. The Lamborghini jinks back down low. Will Chadwick making his first appearance of the 2025 campaign. He slides past Lucas Prada. Gabriel Moretto not quite there in the blue, white and black Ferrari 296 to take advantage. And now Chadwick watches the rearview mirrors as the Ferrari finds a door and opens it wide.
Oh, yeah, Lucas Prada very close to getting into the grass there. But fortunately, both of them managed to keep it going. That's going to bring the Door Esports car back into contention, back on board with Luca Kita. And every single time they get to Oak Tree Corner, this is where the Mustang loses out. You see how the Ferrari just gets out of the corner a little bit straighter than the Mustang. There's nothing that Kita can do other than just try to keep the Ferrari in the middle of his field of view to try and get that slipstream. I think if they want to make this move for the lead, they are going to have to try something different somewhere else on the track.
Well, and that's why I think you saw the half look from Kita when Deeth slid into the grass on the exit of turn 10, just before the wind out through Oak Tree. It's very difficult to back the corner up and time your run when you're in these close string of sequences like this. And that's why that pit sequence battle was so important. The fact that Cody Deeth did end up holding on to that track position, because as much as the Mustang has been fast and showing itself in the rearview mirrors, there is just no way through for the time being. Still continuing to just ride in the tire tracks. All this, by the way, as we continue to have plenty of battles through the field. Only one retiree today, and that is the Virtus Pro Mercedes, the 198, that white, orange, and blue machine that had a great day at Sebring, but sandwiched either side of that have been disappointing performances. Additus Racing on the inside, Door Esports and Jonas Rutten trying to now switch back down low on the charge up to turn 4, but not quite on. Tuck back into line.
Okay, just saw some pretty big news come through from race control, guys. The 181 Coanda, the championship leading car, has been given a drive-through penalty for contact with the 151, the Mag Performance car. That's huge!
And now it means that we have to think about who else will stand up tall. Marla Racing are in third, but you saw how close it is for the race lead. Luca Kita has never had a sniff of a pass into this uphill climb until just now. I still think he's not going to be able to make this work, although for the first time he will commit. He gives Cody Deeth something to think about. He squares up the Ferrari, he gives a shove to that rear end of the 296. But Deeth continues to hold on, Joey, and we're continuing to see just how difficult it is to pass here at VIR.
And what we didn't see was the contact between the Mustang and the Ferrari down at Oak Tree. Now, it wasn't huge contact, but Cody Deeth and that Ferrari was just a little bit wide, maybe call it 3/4 of a car length off of the apex there. And all of a sudden, Luca Kita pounced. He saw that apex open, made slight contact with our leader. Both of them got away with it. And then, of course, the drag race down the back straightaway. But I think the urgency out of the 199, right? They see the sand in the hourglass running out under 16 minutes right now. You gotta make the move soon, especially if you feel like you can run away from this 102.
And it's an interesting sight looking backwards off the Ferrari, the slightly taller Ford Mustang, the profile. There'll be a large silhouette in the mirrors for Cody Deeth. Deeth, a wily veteran, has been at the top level of sim racing for so many a year. You can say the same thing for Luca Kita, a 3-time Porsche Esports Super Cup competitor, and he's now really setting this one up. He bounces over the inside curve, and that was his chance gone as Deeth pinched that line. Another penalty coming through as race control kept busy with these GTDs. Reese, it's the 109 Aston Martin Aramco Esports crew. Another drive-through for one of our GTD contingent.
Yes, and that was another bit of contact with the 148, who I can correct my my brain slip from earlier and say it's the Winwood Esports machine. Unfortunate for them, they've been knocked about a little bit in a race where we have seen all of these keys to the race come in to contention. We just saw number 3 make sure to plant an oak tree, and it looks like Cody Deeth planted that one well in advance, and it has grown into a couple of car lengths worth now for the lead of the race with just under 15 minutes remaining.
And I am not seeing a hint of rain on the radar at this point. It should stay bone dry to the end, and that means that, especially coming out of Oak Tree Corner onto Madison Avenue, the back straight here, you can use that AstroTurf. It's dried up a little bit now. There is a bit more purchase than there was, say, 45 minutes or so ago. As once more, Luca Kita all over the tail end of the Ferrari, and this is what the Michelin GT Challenge at VIR has been about since 2014, when IMSA returned here with the GTs only. Difficult to overtake, have to fight your way forward, often with strategy. It's what we saw with the Dragon Speed Ferrari actually earlier this year in the real world. Didn't feel like they had the best car, got it done on strategy, fought their way up to second. Around the outside, bit of contact between the door handles. Luca Kita gets sent out of the groove and back to the planning stations once again.
But he held on to it. That area of the racetrack, if you overcook it into Oak Tree, especially in these GT machines, you are carrying so much speed and need so much lateral grip that you oftentimes find yourself in the tire. So I think a great heads-up move from Luca Kita to just completely back out of it once he got that door bang, just to keep that Ford Mustang on the racetrack. And I want to bring up one other thing. 13 minutes remaining. How tough do these front two battle it out when that Molly Racing team is only 3.5 seconds back? You don't want to introduce another new competitor at the front when you're trying to win a race.
Now that BMW has held ready, pretty steady. It's pulled a gap to the grid and go Ford Mustang that sits in fourth. Here comes our championship leaders to serve that penalty. Is this the moment that things take a bit of a swing? My expectation is they're going to drop outside of the top 15. That's a good 150-odd point swing with one decision from race control. Our pole sitters on the bounce back here. Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team are going to watch to the right-hand side, and they will fly past that Coanda Esports Corvette, who's going to drop just behind this group, and now has some positions to try and work through. The PGZ BMW pops to the inside as Jaden Laydick tries to make his move on Ollie Steinbraten. Steinbraten has that inside as they flick up towards NASCAR Bend, and now left hook as well as they continue to work. The Ferrari with the nose in front for the lead of the race. Luca Kita gets alongside, and it's once again through 11 and 12, but Reese, it doesn't quite work out. Great exit from both cars, but the draft will play its part. The German's in that draft and hoping to make himself as felt as possible.
Yeah, it looked like he got a much better exit than he had on previous laps, and Cody Deeth gave him a little bit of extra room around the outside this time. Kita's going to have a little look at Roller Coaster once more, and he forces Deeth narrow on the way into the corner, but once again, the way the track twists and turns through this final section benefits the Ferrari. And they get on the apex nicely at Hogpen, and I mean, that is the real strength here of the Veloce car, is those exits. Every time they get to the apex of a corner before a long flat out section, they're just able to get the power to 100% a tiny bit sooner than this Apex Mustang.
And I think, to quote Gandalf the Grey, Veloce are shouting, "You shall not pass." Getting through is the PGZ BMW, and now Steinbraten has to defend as Alejandro Sanchez has a peek up the inside down through Hogpen. That's a brave place to try and make the move, and never really on as the championship leaders try and recover. Back up to P11 as the Williams Sim Racing playseat machine, Parker White, a NASCAR driver who's got plenty of speed on the road courses as well, tries the crisscross here on Nicholas Matteo and the Aston Martin, but once again you can just roll that momentum and block the apex of turn 3, and no change, and stations held a little bit further back. Once more to turn 11, where that Mustang looks great, the Ferrari looks vulnerable. Oh, very, very ginger. The Ferrari looks to want to try and take a much tighter line through that complex with the mid-engine nature, maybe balancing that car out. And once more, the closest we've seen the Ford Mustang behind. Not even a blink of an expression on either side. Luca Kita talks to his team. They're deciding if this is when they want to go. As ticking down below 10 minutes left on the clock. It's on at the front at VIR. Once more, Kita's going to have to switch back underneath. Joey, he cannot find a way through. The most frustrating thing for any driver to deal with.
I'd be looking down towards Oak Tree. You had just mentioned that the Ferrari, a little bit of a narrower line, but trust me, it's not because of the mid-engine nature of the car compared to the Mustang. It is because Cody Deeth does not want Luca Kita sneaking up the inside of turn number 12. He is worried about that Ford Mustang, especially with how fast it is on the entry half of the corner. So he is blocking off these apexes. He's covering off the inside to a lot of these corners. And I'm really surprised it's not costing him a ton of time. Reese hit the nail on the head. As long as that Ferrari can get to the gas sooner than that Mustang, you're essentially keeping them at stiff arm length all the way down the straightaway.
Exit out of the snake. I mean, throw a rope between these two at this point. Extend slightly through the exit of the corners. It compresses through the braking zones. Two top talents putting on a clinic of how to avoid any chaos. There's chaos behind, and Gabriel Moretto's been shoved wide through the snake. He'll drop down to 10th. He'll have a slowdown to serve as well, as popping to the outside, Luca Kita will once again put the power down. All the ponies of the Mustang scurrying off the rear power. Not close enough this time to have another look, and time is winding down, with 8 minutes left to go. Must be into the final 5 or 6 laps of this race, Reese.
Yeah, my timing's telling me 5 laps to go when they cross the line next, so things are really starting to heat up here. Not that they haven't cooled off any in the last 15 minutes or so. On the bottom of the screen, another view of what we just caught the tail end of on live pictures. The Door Esports Mustang firing it up the inside, 3 wide, and the Coanda Corvette gets through. That is frankly an incredible move. Yes, unfortunately it did put the Ferrari out to the grass, but you don't often see cars going too wide through there and making it work.
That was the 118 Coanda, by the way, this second place in the championship car. The 181 is still down in 16th spot behind Scuderia Ferrari. 7 minutes left to go. Still these two at the front, and only 3.2 seconds back to the Marla Racing BMW, Joey. Short time remaining, but the two leaders are fighting intelligently. They're not costing each other oodles of time and keeping that BMW at arm's length as well.
To put it into perspective, a 133.3 out of our leader, and that was duking it out side by side with that Mustang. And then you go back and talk about that BMW in third place, a 143.4 running completely by themselves in clean air. So you're right, the front two doing it extremely smart, but you can only race smart like that when you've got the fastest equipment underneath you. It has been no guess. The Ferrari and the Mustang have been the class of the field all day long here at VIR, and it has been a non-stop battle. I do want to give a shout out to that Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. They had that early penalty. They were on pole position, and I mean, talk about a comeback, because they fell all the way back to completely dead last. They're inside the top 15 now.
You can never say never in an IMSA event, whether it's real or virtual, whether there are safety cars or not. There is so much unpredictability that impacts the race. Oh, I mean, ascend from Luca Kita down through Hogpen there. He is trying everything. At the end of this race, if it finishes like this, you will not be able to doubt the Apex Racing team and the effort they have brought. Reese, all you'll be able to do is acknowledge the defensive masterclass from Veloce Thrustmaster. First from Daniel Antunes, and now from Cody Deeth.
Yeah, they both managed to put on fantastic defensive drives in this race, and defense isn't just about positioning your car more towards the inside of a corner on entry, or you know, making moves to break the draft down the straight. It's about literally just driving your car in a manner that the other car is not able to take advantage. That's exactly what we've seen here from Veloce. And by the same token, massive props to Apex Racing Team. Both of their drivers have put on a massive offensive drive to try and keep this battle going.
5 minutes left to go. I tell you what, that Coanda 3-wide move could very well be the main contender for Michelin move of the race. However, if there's going to be a change for the lead, it could be a move that is worthy of the defining moment of this race. It won't be here. The Ferrari's got legs in a straight line, just enough to be able to hold on. That's what's helping it out here. And Cody Deeth, the Australian, knows exactly what he needs to do. Paint that apex, hold it, and then put the power down and hold up that Ford Mustang to the best of his ability. Descend back out of Hogpen, and it will be 3 laps to go at the line. 3 more trips around one of my favorite racetracks in the US. Some moves further behind as the Williams Sim Racing Playseat entry and Parker White gets squeezed by Nicholas Mateo as they now climb up in toward the entry of that roller coaster. Brave around the outside from White to try and make this work. It gives him the inside for the next part of the complex, and move made. Beautifully judged from Parker White.
Parker White moves into 11th place with that pass. Nice job from the Lamborghini driver as we once again focus our sights on our lead battle. Cody Deeth leading over Luca Kita. You see a little bit narrow out of the Ferrari there in the turn 4 and 5 complex, but once that Ferrari stands on the gas, it pulls out, call it a half a car length over this Ford Mustang. And
is that a slowdown?
I think so. Yeah, you're right. The Mustang way off the pace.
Big time loss, and that could end up being the race decided. One slight slip up, and the Luca Kita driven Apex Racing Mustang, putting all that pressure on Reese, it ended up cracking himself.
Yeah, now where exactly did he pick that slowdown up is the question, because in those flat out S's, the snake is I suppose what it's called. It's very easy to put a wheel beyond the white lines there, and I think it might have been on the exit, just through that first left-hander they came to. Because he was beyond the curb, he was half on the grass. In fact, his right side wheels were on the green and yellow curbs, which I suppose was a bit of a corner cut there. But we'll see, as now it's 2 laps to go. It looks like all Cody Deeth has to do is hold on to this one. Meanwhile, keep an eye out on the left side, down the bottom here. Right there is where the slowdown was picked up. It's a matter of a few centimeters, if that.
The margins are oh so fine. Wow. Well, with 2 minutes left to go on the clock, it's time for us, I guess, to look back a little bit, guys, at what has been a spectacular doubleheader. And who knows if we'll do this again? Schedule for 2026 has not been confirmed or publicized in any way, shape, or form. But Joey, I have appreciated the fact that we've seen something different today, right? We've seen first in GTP chaos, right? Streets of Long Beach rain, the strategy, there was so much going on, it was hard to follow. Whereas here at VIR, for the first time this season, GTDs can't say that we had our race ruined by a prototype. Instead, it's a totally different story.
It is a different story, and I think that if you ask the competitors, sure, they love multi-class, right? That's why they want to come and race here in IMSA. However, it is nice to have your own race every now and then. You don't have to look in the rearview mirror for those prototypes coming up, barreling up into those break zones. You get to have your own race with your competitors out here, and so I think that the drivers are enjoying this week number 3, round number 3, having the separate races. And yeah, I'm with you. I do think they should continue it. I think it's a nice little change of pace in the season.
Nice change of pace, but boy, was it a hectic couple of weeks with back-to-back rounds first, and then 3 races this weekend, adding in the LMP3 challenge as well. But we'll get our week off. Thanksgiving break for our teams to spend some time with their families if they're based out here in the US, and then return rejuvenated, you'd hope, for the season finale at the Daytona International Speedway. The white flag waves, and for VIR, which has had such a long history of IMSA competition dating back to 1957, we get to add a virtual chapter to that history book here today. And Reese, you've got to say, for Veloce Thrustmaster, we haven't necessarily seen much of them this season.
Yeah, indeed. I think the biggest highlight of the season for this car so far was when we gave them the livery highlight for the first round of the championship, and a fantastic livery it is. But yeah, it seems that Coanda stole all of the headlines thus far in the first couple of rounds. It's very interesting to see how, even through such a short season, things can change so much. This has been a masterclass drive from the Veloce guys.
I've just seen, by the way, Mark Tranter pop into the YouTube chat. He is one of the team strategists for the Apex Racing team. Great to see he can take a night off, and the guys are still fighting for the win. It's great to see the growth of the team to where Mark, who works with the Mercedes Formula One program, is able to have an off weekend as well. Well, this will be an interesting, I think, set of reactions for a set of drivers who have experienced not much success in this 2025 IMSA Esports Global Championship. They have dominated 75 minutes of running here at the Virginia International Raceway, and if you forgot, they are back. It's Veloce Thrustmaster, Daniel Antunes, and Cody D, your winners at the Virginia International Raceway in the third round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Kudos to Apex, kudos to Mala, but no match for the might of that Ferrari, which held on time and time again down Madison Avenue. Fights behind are by no means done and dusted. The Team PGZ BMW has got our championship leaders on the hunt and looking for 10 more championship points, but Jaden Ladick should be able to hold on as Alejandro Sanchez sits in the tire tracks and runs up toward the checkered flag. Our championship leaders, Joey, finish down in 15th.
Yeah, a little bit of a doozy of a race for some of our championship leaders as we watch the rest of this, call it 32-car GT3 field, round around VIR and take the checkered flag. I mean, hats off to the Veloce Thrustmaster team claiming the victory here. And Arjuna, I don't know if you saw, but it was all straight faces until they accelerated out of Hogpen, and then they both smiled at the same time. It was great to watch.
Didn't want to relax before it was officially confirmed. VIR can bite you at the best of times. They head up through the S's with the great resort homes off to the left. That's where the party post-race is going to be. Meanwhile, the fights are not finished at the tail end of the running order. It's still on. Windward Esports, 28th position, Tom Ryer, with Ruben Paulino popping out of that draft, maybe a bit too early. And they'll stay as they were, 28th and 29th as they blast up to the line. Just one more team to finish off before we can dive into our post-race coverage, look at our provisional post-race results. And Joey will get a chance to chat with our race winners. We're waiting to see if they'll actually celebrate with some burnouts and some donuts here at the Virginia International Raceway. But we'll give them a moment to drink this moment in. As we've said, haven't had much to celebrate so far this season. This is one that they should and will enjoy. Other notable call-outs, Team Redline recovering up to 18th position. And just in front of our Michelin wildcard, CSM Esports, Morgan Burkhardt crosses the line in 19th spot. Will be interesting to get his takes on the virtual versus real worlds of IMSA and what it was like to compete here in the Esports Global Championship for the very first time. No celebrations as Veloce return to the pit lane, so instead, let's dive into our Michelin move of the race. And I think there is only one candidate that really stands out in my mind out of the opening sequence. It was all set up by the battling in front, and the Coanda Corvette saw this opportunity and said, you know what, if you're going to continue to tussle, Door Esports looking to try and pass the Mag Performance Ferrari, well, I've got a surprise for you. And so Joey, as they unwind through NASCAR Bend, flick it in through the left hook, the Corvette sees the gap and goes for it.
Yeah, watch him just swing this car to driver's right. The Mustang and the Ferrari too wide. The Corvette sneaks it down the inside. A 2-for-1 pass in the lower S's at VIR. Wonderfully executed.
Let's dive into the post-race coverage. Post-race report brought to us by AMD, and take a look at those provisional race results. Maybe a couple of things from race control to intervene on with the conclusion of the race, seeing plenty of action. It's a 1.3 second advantage. The slowdown proving crucial as Cody Deeth holds on for the Veloce Thrustmaster Ferrari. 3 different manufacturers on the podium. It's the Mustang for Apex second, the Mala BMW then in third, while the Grid and Go Ford Mustang is in fourth. Drago Racing, a great fight back from then, plus 14 to grab a top 5 finish in front of the EMM Lamborghini, the Door Esports Ford Mustang, and then Coanda's best place Corvette. The Additus Racing by World Sim Racing Mercedes is 9th in front of the Mag Performance Ferrari that ran as high as 5th on occasion, completing our top 10. Parker White 11th, just in front of Nicholas Mateo in the second of the Drago Racing machines, while Visceral grabbed 13th, 14th for Team PGZ. 17 spots gained after being barred from qualifying. Through the rest of the field, the championship leaders down in 15th, PS Plus Turner behind them with Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team down in 17th. 18th for Team Redline, 19th for our Michelin wildcard, and Impulse Racing by GTU make up our top 20. Plenty of finishers on the lead lap, which is great to say. Apex Racing Team, the second car, down in 21st with the fiercely forward Lamborghini behind. EMM, Team PGZ and the Sheza Porsche make up the top 25 as Altitude 3M. Fiercely forward, Winward Esport, Aston Martin, Aramco Esports team, and the World Sim Racing Mercedes all finish within about 90 seconds, one lap down for Simufy, for Sheza, and for Virtus Pro. So a chance to breathe with 3 electric races in the books, but there's some post-race reactions that we've got to take. Joey Atterbury's got our GTD winners standing by.
Yeah, drivers of the 102 Veloce Thrustmaster car. Daniel, we're going to start with you since you started this race. A little bit of a mixed weather condition out there. How tricky was it for you?
Well, it was like a bit difficult. I was talking with Cody. We didn't know how the track will react, so it was a bit difficult at the start, but well, we were following our, I would like to say it, my teammate La Fuente, and after that, with all the track for us, we wanted to push and push and push, and we went for it.
Well, and I got to ask you, because everybody has a differing opinion about the rain. Do you guys like the rain?
For me, I like it when it rains, like massive rain. When it's like a little bit just of rain, I don't really like it, but yeah, it's fun. For sure, it's fun.
Well, and Cody, I'm going to go over to you here. I mean, you were just a brick wall out there, not allowing anybody to pass. How much was that pressure in the rearview mirror?
I've had to do it a couple of times, so it really wasn't that bad. Definitely, like, not easy, but I've known Luca for a lot of years now, and I've always known he's race clean, and I know that you can block to a certain extent. That's what we did.
Well, and Cody, my final question for you, you said you were relatively easy going in the car there, so it seemed like you had the confidence, you felt that the Ferrari was faster than that Mustang out there, so it wasn't really kind of phasing you at all, huh?
Yeah, to be honest, it wasn't as easy what I hoped it would have been, because we didn't take 4 tyres, so at the last stop, so pretty much from about the last 15 lap, or last stint, had no pace, to be honest, with the tyre, so didn't make the right call there, but managed to hold on to it, so yeah, pretty happy.
I would definitely be happy with P1. Arjuna, these are your 2 race winners from Veloce Thrustmaster.
Interesting to hear the decision to take just 2 tires instead of 4, but maybe that explains some of the slip and sliding that we saw coming out onto Madison Avenue from our GTD winners, Veloce Thrustmaster, who put themselves into victory lane. Just one more round to come of the IMSA Esports Global Championship. We're 2 months away from the Roar in 2026, but we'll get to Roar 2 weeks from now for the Michelin 240. 2 p.m. Eastern, around then is when our green flag will drop, but don't forget Countdown to Green preceding that all. Reese, before we sign things off, one more round to come. Championships looking a lot closer than they did entering into this doubleheader on Super Sunday.
Yeah, indeed. In GTP, Redline with their driver time issues at Long Beach earlier tonight. That's given a big leg up to the Coanda number 91963. And here in GTD, well, the purely dominant in the first 2 rounds, Coanda Corvettes, finishing a little bit further down the order. That's really opened things up. So I'm intrigued, Joey. This is going to be a good finale.
I can't wait to head back to Florida, to Daytona, to the high banks, seeing these incredibly fast top speeds and aggressive multi-class maneuvers. It is a great way to end out this championship.
And, well, we will be thrilled to have your company. The final round of the 2025 IMSA Esports Global Championship, the final on-track action for IMSA in 2025. For our team at iRacing behind the scenes that make this all happen, alongside the crews at VCO and IMSA, it's Arjuna Kankapati, Joey Adekri, and Reese Gardiner. wishing you farewell from the Virginia International Raceway. Our Super Sunday did not disappoint, and our championship leaders go into the final 2 hours and 40 minutes at the World Center of Racing, with everyone hunting them down for the final time this year. See you then.